All right. Well, good morning, El Dorado County. It's a beautiful morning out there. And today is Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. It also happens to be Supervisor Turnboo's birthday. So happy birthday, Supervisor Turnboo. I know there's no place you'd rather be than here celebrating with our constituents.
Right. I'd rather be fishing.
Now.
Speak the man who speaks the truth.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So thank you for joining us today. It's my pleasure to call this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors to order. And with that, we have Pastor Drew Buell of Cool Community Church with us online. Good morning, Pastor. Thank you for being with us and leading us in the invocation this morning.
Yep, let's go ahead and pray. Father, I'm reminded of one of the old hymns of the Christian church that tells us what a privilege it is to carry everything to God in prayer. And Lord, that's what we want to do this morning is just take this meeting and give it to you in prayer, asking for your attention. Lord, the Bible says that government is a gift to humanity because without government, there really is no hope of justice, there is no accountability, and there is no rule of law. And the Bible furthermore says that God has assigned two primary responsibilities to every human government. The first is that the government is to restrain evil. And of course, in our system of government, that responsibility falls chiefly to our sheriff's department. And so this morning, God, we pray that you would help those men and women who serve us so faithfully in the sheriff's department. We pray that you would keep them safe in the exercise of their duties, that you would grant them courage to do what they must to restrain evil, and that you would give them great success in all of their endeavors. And the Bible says that the second purpose of government is to promote the common good. And that's what this body has gathered together this morning to do, along with all of the auxiliary bodies that are represented here. From those who work to care for the least of these, to those who try to account for everything and keep us financially solvent, God, they are a gift to our community insofar as they promote the common good. And so this morning, I just ask that you would help them to do just that, to make decisions that will lead to the common good and which will bless our community. For we ask it in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Pastor, that was a beautiful reminder of our essential functions and very appropriate for our budget meeting today. Thank you so much. All right. With that, Supervisor Turnbull, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And you may notice that Supervisor Lane will not be joining us today. She's having a grandchild today, so she's right where she needs to be. So wish everyone well today. With that, we move into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. I do want to make a note that item number 39, which is the, Health and Human Services Agency, the update on the Navigation Center will be moved to 2 p.m. this afternoon. We realized we couldn't possibly accomplish everything we set out to do in the morning, and that is an item that is of public concern, so that will be at 2 p.m. this afternoon. And so with that, staff, are there any other changes to our agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair. Staff are requesting item 22, which is a consent item, be continued to next week.
All right, thank you. And with that, I'll look to my colleagues. Supervisor Parlin, any changes or comments?
No changes.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Just a no vote. I'm going to register no vote on item 16.
All right, and Supervisor Vice Chair Heidel?
No changes.
All right, and I don't have any changes either. So with that, Kim, let's take public comment on the consent calendar, please.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Sure can, Chris. Thank you.
Okay, this is going to be quick. Item 22, 24, 25, 26, and 27. They're all Department of Transportation related projects. I'm not certain about what happened with 22, but I did want to make my comment that this is a public safety project. And I've read the item, and it seems as if it's well-founded. They've had to rebid this and actually bring the numbers in so that the project can be done. I see some money coming from the tribe, which I hope is not an issue, because certainly in this case, it being public safety, as you know, Chair, this is a critical project to our community there. 24 is Apache Avenue pedestrian safety project, also very, very much important in terms of public safety. 25, the Harvard Way, Claremont Way, the Grid Smart. These are cameras in order for that new signalized intersection. Supervisor Heidel, a critical project to Oak Ridge High School, and certainly should be supported by you guys. 26 is Patterson Drive. It's the completion of the work. That was an emergency project. The community appreciates the work of Doug Veerkamp Construction in terms of getting this thing done on an emergency basis, yet not causing problems for the community, which essentially is just the only way primarily in and out of the Deer Park area. And then finally, the El Dorado Hills Boulevard, Saratoga Way, left turn project. Yes, we need to go out to bid on that, advertise, and get that project in place. As Supervisor Heidel knows, this is a project that also for the community is extremely important. That's it for me. Thank you for the time.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for their consideration.
Kim, if you'd read it, yeah.
Thank you.
Adoption agenda and approve this consent calendar with the following changes. Sue's Turnbull registers a no vote on item number 16. Item number 39 will be continued to 2 p.m. and continue item 22 to June 18th, 2024.
Perfect. So what's the will of the board?
Move to approve.
Second?
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Excellent, thank you. With that, we will move into our 9 a.m. time allocation, which is the budget presentation for the Air Quality Management District. Well, good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
Take me just a second.
Item number 40 is a hearing from Air Quality Management District recommending the board acting as the AQMD Board of Directors hold a hearing on the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget for the El Dorado County AQMD and consider final adoption on June 25th, 2024. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
With that, I open the public hearing and forgive us. It's been a couple of weeks. We're a little rusty and I'm just jumping the gun this morning. So with that, now we invite you up. Thank you.
Good morning, Board Supervisor and Chair. This is Rani Sivia, Federal Acting PLC. We're here to present you the budget for our fiscal year 2024-25. 2025 actually will be presented to our fiscal manager, program manager, Scott Wilson, and we're here to answer any questions you may have. We hope for you to try.
Thank you, Rania. Appreciate it. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning.
Well, happy budget day to everyone.
Thank you. Perfect.
Great, thank you. Happy budget day.
Yep.
We're here
Birthday
to
budget day.
Yeah, exactly.
as Rania said, I'm Scott Wilson, the Air Quality Management District's Program Manager. I'll be presenting you the 24-25 proposed budget for your consideration. Any changes that are made to the proposed budget today will be incorporated into a final proposed budget that we bring back and present to you on June 25th for adoption. Okay. I'll go ahead and I'll drive. So the proposed budget's being presented in accordance with the California Health and Safety Code requirements for air districts. to adopt their budget in an open process separate from other county budget processes to ensure that the public can participate and comment on the budget prior to the budget's adoption. The proposed budget and fee structure were made available to the public 1 month prior to this hearing. The district notified all current permit holders of the hearing. The proposed budget and the proposed fee structure and public notice were published in the Mountain Democrat and the Tahoe Daily Tribune. The public hearing is being held 2 weeks prior to the anticipated adoption date, which I mentioned. We'll be bringing it back on June 25th for that adoption. So the Air District works to improve air quality by implementing regulatory emission control requirements and by incentivizing emission reduction projects with grant funding. So on this slide are the regulatory emission control programs we implement. There are currently 868 stationary sources under permit. These include gas stations, auto body shops, water waste plants or wastewater plants, boilers, generators, quarries, and others. Stationary sources are inspected annually to help the operators implement the applicable emission control requirements. Also in our district, there are currently 215 portable sources that are based here in El Dorado County. Those include equipment such as chippers, generators, compressors, concrete pumpers, drilling rigs, and the sort. Portable sources are registered with the state, which allows them to operate in multiple air districts. A portion of the state fee is passed through to the home air district for the cost of conducting inspections of those pieces of equipment. We are required to inspect those a minimum of once every 3 years. We tend to be a little bit quicker, get to them approximately once every 18 months. In 2023, we approved 391 dust plans. Small projects like swimming pools get inspected once. Larger development projects get inspected multiple times while throughout the grading phase of the project construction. The district implements the residential burn program throughout the county and the prescribed burn program in the more forested areas of the county. Because we recognize the public safety and the air quality benefits of burning that are realized from decreasing the wildfire risk, we're very supportive of these programs. The air quality benefits resulting from the burning being done when the atmospheric conditions favor smoke dispersion rather than when stagnant conditions, temperature inversions, and terrain keep smoke trapped near the ground for long periods of time. 3,024 burn permits were issued in calendar year 2023. No fees are collected for those burn permits. We're only one of 2 districts. The other is Tuolumne County in the state that don't collect a fee. For the first few years, or for the past few years, we've been receiving a state grant, which helps us fund our prescribed burn program. And that also helps us conduct monitoring, public education, outreach, and reporting on the prescribed burning program. Annual permit fees are collected for the stationary sources in our district, and a one-time fee is collected for dust plans. The board adopted district rules state that permit fees are to be adjusted annually to reflect increases in the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, based on data for the increase from February 2023 to February 2024. The total proposed increase is 3.3%. As directed by the board during last year's budget workshop, the 2023-24 budget workshop, AQMD is contracted with NBS to prepare a fee study to make sure that our fees are properly recovering the costs to permit the different types of sources and for the dust plans. We're currently in the data collection and analysis phase of the study. And when the study is complete, we will present the findings to the board for discussion and action. Excuse me. On this slide shows the incentive and grant programs that we currently implement with funding from a variety of sources. We incentivize the replacement of old wood stoves, those manufactured prior to 1988 when the first EPA emission limitation requirements went into effect. Old stoves are replaced with new wood stoves, pellet stoves, gas, and electric heaters. The Clean Lawnmower Incentive Program or now as we know it, the Clean Lawn Equipment Incentive Program. It incentivizes the replacement of gasoline lawnmowers, leaf blowers, trimmers, chainsaws, and even riding mowers with clean, quiet, battery-powered electric versions. The electric vehicle incentive, our Drive Clean program, helps residents obtain clean, quiet, eligible electric, hydrogen, fuel cell, or plug-in hybrid vehicles. The residential electric vehicle charger incentive, we call it CHARGE, provides an incentive for residents to install level 2 chargers at their homes. The EV charging infrastructure grant program funds the purchase and installation of charging stations at public facilities and private businesses throughout the county. We provide funding to replace old diesel-fueled school buses, trucks, and off-road equipment, agricultural equipment with newer cleaning burning models. The motor vehicle emission reduction projects are those that are solicited and presented to your board every 2 years for consideration. Awarded projects have included shuttles, bike trails, bike lanes, light-duty vehicle replacement, video conferencing equipment, park and ride, funding, electric motorcycles, electric vehicles for local law enforcement, and several other projects. One of the things that makes these programs successful is our extensive education and outreach. We frequently advertise in local publications and online. We've displayed roadside banners. We've run banners over Main Street and downtown. We conduct outreach at public events like the fair, car shows, farmers markets. We currently have 96 open contracts with agencies, businesses, and grantees implementing these programs. So here's where I get to brag a little bit about our current fiscal year. Some of the accomplishments achieved in the current fiscal year is we have funded 7 agricultural tractor replacements and 1 school bus replacement with Carl Moyer grants. We've used farmer grants to fund replacement of 2 tractors and 1 agricultural utility vehicle. We funded 1 school bus replacement with AB 923 funds. That's one of the 11 that your board awarded in 2022 and 23. There's a little bit of a lag time between order and receiving those buses, so we're starting to see those roll in. We awarded an AB 2766 grant to the El Dorado County Library for an electric bookmobile, which we're really looking forward to. Incentivized the replacement of, as of today, 210 pieces of gas lawn equipment with cordless electric lawn equipment. That program's been very popular this year. We incentivized the replacement of 76 non-EPA certified wood stoves in El Dorado County, 1 in Placer County and 2 in Amador County. Those were kind of leftovers to when we were administering their program. We no longer are. We're just administering the El Dorado program, so we're concentrating on the stoves in our district and inside our county. And we've also incentivized the purchase of 91 electric or plug-in hybrid vehicles.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Very, very busy year with grants and incentives. Here's just one example of equipment replaced by the Carl Moyer program grants that were awarded by our district. 24 Carat Farms was able to replace a 43-year-old tractor with a new Tier 4 emission compliant tractor, which increases both his efficiency, and it results in an 81% of nitrous oxide, 93% reduction in volatile organic gases, and a 99% reduction in particulate matter emissions. And here's another one that was funded by the Carl Moyer program. Black Oak Mine School District recently replaced a 21-year-old diesel bus with an electric bus, which of course results in 100% reduction in local emissions, which is approximately 2.8 tons a year. So the students will not be exposed to that emission or to those emissions on their way to and from school. An additional benefit is an increase in student safety. The new bus has seat belts, as you can see in the picture there, full set of cameras, and up on the top right picture, you'll see it has a virtual perimeter monitoring where the driver sitting at their seat can see if people or other vehicles, objects are outside the bus. So it creates, a much safer environment for the kids. So far, they received it last fall. They ran it through the winter, no problems. And so far, our contact at the district said their drivers kind of fight over who gets to drive it. It's apparently very smooth, goes uphill with no problem. And the mechanics love it because it's very low maintenance as well.
Nice.
And then in our farmer program, this is again just an example of the farmer program, which stands for Funding Agricultural Replacement Measures for Emission Reductions. Gold Hill Ranch was able to replace a 47-year-old tractor, resulting in significant emission reductions. And then the last example here we'll do. The farmer program also allows electrification of certain types of vehicles. Bluestone Meadow, which runs a little farm there, and also an event center, they replaced their utility vehicle from an old 17-year-old gas vehicle with an electric vehicle, which creates a quieter environment for the people using the farm, also lower emissions. So as the district, these are some of the air pollution challenges that we face, and our actions to address those challenges and the emission reduction progress we've achieved so far. Acreage that has been prescribed burn over the last years is shown in the action column. You'll see 23 had a large increase in both requested and burned acreage as result to the largely, I believe, to the Caldor fire. So we have a lot more prescribed burning going on, a lot more residential burning going on. The benefit of prescribed burns are that the particulate matter emission from an acre that is burned by prescribed fire is about half of what the emissions are from an acre burned by wildfire. So if you figure the 5,442 acres that were prescribed burn last year had instead been burned in a wildfire, the additional amount of particulate matter emitted would have been more than 8.5 million tons. We continue to also support the residential burning because it's done also in favorable burn conditions. Residential burning activity has increased significantly with the homeowners insurance cancellations, new vegetation management ordinance requirements. We issued 3,021 burn permits to residents to clear their vegetation from around their homes in 2023. The wood stove program has made a significant difference in emissions from those sources. The 1,716 total stoves replaced is about 29% of what was estimated to be existing in the county when the program started. And of those 1,716, 383 of those have been enhanced incentives for low-income households or households that are in designated low-income communities using state and federal funding that we've been able to obtain. While the emission reductions are far below those achieved with the prescribed burn program, for the residents in those populated communities where many of the homes burn wood for heat, like Pollock Pines, the reductions are significant. In addition, new wood stoves are about 30% more efficient than the non-certified stoves, so residents can purchase or cut less firewood each year and still keep their houses warm. The implementation of the asbestos and fugitive dust programs reduces emissions of dust from construction sites by about 1.2 tons per acre per month during construction grading activities. And the reductions achieved by the replacement of the 232 diesel vehicles to date and equipment, or diesel vehicles and equipment to date, is about 10 tons of particulate matter and 84 tons of nitrous oxides each year.
Hey, Scott, before you leave this
Sure.
slide, can you go back to that slide?
Oh, I will. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay, thanks. I emailed Rania yesterday to kind of give her a heads up on the wildfire smoke and the prescribed burn acres, only because when you look at that data, if you don't know the backstory behind it, you kind of get the impression that what's the reasoning why there were requested acres versus actual burn? And I know in the past there had been some chatter about, well, AQMD is not cooperative, and I found that to be the exact opposite, actually. And so I just wanted, maybe if you could take a moment, Rania, just to explain why there's such a discrepancy in some of the numbers.
Yeah, and I thank you for pointing this out. Actually, this is very important. I would like to share that AQMD approved 100% of the ignition request on permissive burn day decided by the Air Resources Board meteorological burn decision. Now, and we approve actually most of the requests. Regarding that, like for 2023, we received 9,299 acres. We approved 9,296 acres, which 99.9% approval. Why there are differences? The differences comes from because when they submit the request, they're very optimistic. They submit the request also ahead of time, like 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time, which they anticipate good burning day with beating the prescription and resources. And sometimes actually they submit 2 requests for 2 locations because they think one location may not meet the prescription, so they have a backup plan. So, and sometimes actually they submit even duplicate ignitions by mistake. So we once the day comes and we have to approve it at the day before by 3 p.m., then things change. Maybe it's decided that it's a no burn day, so we deny it. But even if we would approve it, it wouldn't meet their prescription. So that's how it comes to the differences. And actually we issue also permit on a no burn day for certain that meets criteria for Title 17 if it's posing economic hardship as well, or training. So that's what we need to clarify, and thanks you again for pointing this out.
I really appreciate that, because I just didn't want that impression by the data to say that, oh, AQMD didn't approve it, when you guys have been very supportive of prescriptive burns because they're so effective.
Yeah, and we do approve it whenever it's, whenever we can. But again, it's the resources, it's they have their, like National Forest, they have their prescription criteria that like moisture or resources, other criteria that doesn't have to do with the air quality burn decision.
Okay, thank you for that.
So for future data, you might consider adding another category, right?
Yeah.
Permits approved. And then the number burned, because that tells the whole story.
Or even just 100% permits
Yeah.
approved.
Yeah.
Whatever it
Just
is.
that, just clear.
And I shared this with supervisor. I
But
told
sure,
her
that goes
this
back
is
to
a great
2019.
catch and I should have caught it. I'm sorry.
No
But
worries.
next year you will see 99% or completed, burned and approved. Yes.
Okay,
perfect.
thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you,
All right.
Rania.
Carry on,
One more
Scott.
thing, Ron, I was going to
Oh,
ask
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So on your website, also on the CAL FIRE website and stuff, they have it where the green waste, because a lot of people, they can't burn when they stop their burning. And basically they say to take your green waste to a local biomass facility, which we don't have one here in our county, which we are working on a project. But can you emphasize on that? Can you guys put it, where is the nearest one? I mean, the nearest thing, as far as I'm concerned, is in Lincoln. So,
Right.
and that's the closest one, I think.
Right, you're right.
Facility,
The closest
right?
one is in Rio Bravo. Yeah, it's in Lincoln, SPI or Rio Bravo. Yeah, in Lincoln.
Yeah.
I agree. And that's a good point. Our website is still new. We're still working. We didn't have a chance to actually look, but that's a good idea. We'll consider that and add more information about how.
So people know what they have to
Yeah,
do
and
with their
maybe
green
we
waste.
can share also some information about the new biomass technology that less emission, which actually informed the public about that. And I do appreciate this as well. Yeah, we will do
Yeah,
that.
Okay,
yeah,
that's a
that'd
good
be great.
idea.
And
That's
especially
information.
when CARB is pushing biomass,
You're right.
California Air Resources Board. So that's a good thing, I think.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Good
yeah,
thought.
we'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. You just do the highlights on this next slide.
Yeah, I'll go really quick here. Okay, so like we mentioned before, we have older school buses in the district. We are working towards replacing that. We've replaced 72 to date with either newer, cleaner diesel engines or emission-free electric buses. Again, provides benefit to the children because they don't have to breathe the emissions coming from the bus, plus they're getting safer buses. Drive Clean program, like we mentioned earlier. And in 2014, this one is important. In 2014, we obtained an Energy Commission grant that funded the county's EV chargers in front of Building B and the Johnson Center in Tahoe, which were installed in May of 15. Since this point, AQMD has funded the installation of EV chargers at various county facilities, and AQMD's been reimbursing the county for the cost of electricity. When the board approved those original grant-funded installation of the chargers, it was stated that the charging stations will include fee collection equipment to enable the recovery of the electricity cost. Well, that never happened, but we, as a district, we feel it's time. EVs aren't as much of a novelty anymore. It's more mainstream. 25% of the new vehicle registration in the state, and I believe it was 2022, were EVs or plugins of some sort. So we went to the board last year, went to you last year, and approved the contract to replace those chargers with the ones that are going to charge a fee. And the fee is basically just enough to cover the electricity and the amortized cost of the chargers over 10 years.
But they don't have to buy gas, so, you know.
Don't have to buy
That's
gas,
right.
exactly.
They're ahead of the game.
And because we're not making money on it, the fees are going to be very reasonable, you know, compared to what you would have at more commercial operations that are also operating chargers.
Yeah, I want to chime in a little bit on this battery issue on lithium, because they're mining right out of Winnemucca in Nevada. They're mining right now lithium, and the residents are really upset in the town because it's actually disturbing the landscape, but also the habitat, and especially the grazing lands. So there's a lot going on in a little town of Winnemucca. So people are really, really upset what's going on. But this project they said it was like $1 trillion of assets being mined out of this particular area. And I will share that website with all you guys, so you guys are being aware of what's going on, because I mean, you're talking about the future, but also some of the things that they are doing, especially in the small town of Nevada, is not good for our country, but also, especially for that small community. The community is really, really upset what's going on.
Sounds like we need to hear more about that.
Right,
I think
exactly.
we're pushing up against our next item, which our next presenters are in. So let's continue this
Yeah,
presentation.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
make you aware.
We'd like
So,
to know more about that later. Thank you.
And then just quickly, the CLIP program that we mentioned, very popular this year for replacing lawnmower. I'll let everyone, it's in the board item. I'll let you look at that. But basically it outlines our budget, our proposed budgets, grant amounts, and the amount that we already have awarded and under contract. We'll get to the meat and potatoes here. Okay, so this is a summary of our fiscal 24-25 proposed budget. Attached in Legistar is attachment A is a budget summary that includes more detail of the sources of funds, the amounts anticipated to be received, along with the proposed expenditures. For about half the grants, we have some discretion on how those can be allocated. Others are more specific and conditional. One note I should make too, because we're in between air pollution control officers right now, I developed this budget. Rania and I developed the budget to be very status quo. No new programs besides what have already been approved. So we're kind of leaving it where it was, so that as the new APCO comes in, they can make decisions to make any changes as needed.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So as you can see, most of our funding comes from federal and state grants, about 51%. 25% comes from DMV surcharges. The 988,400, that's what we collect for fees for the inspections of the stationary sources, working with those sources to administer the requirements for their source. And that's the part that we're having the fee study done right now. We're looking at that fee portion. Some other smaller sources, we have interest, about 2%, subvention funds, again, about 2%, and then miscellaneous and penalties. We do very few penalties. We like to work with sources and trying to remedy the errors or the mistakes before we go to a penalty situation. And then here's our expenditures. The district proposes a total budget of $9.39 million, which is staffed by 9 full-time employees. As you can see, a majority of the money is pass-through money, which is received from state and federal grant sources and awarded back to residents, businesses, nonprofits, and other government entities. We propose $5.47 million for those incentives and grants, which is about 58% of our expenditures. Our staff costs, which are salary and benefit costs, are approximately 1.5 million, which is 16%. Other operational costs are about 4%. And our appropriation for contingencies, which in essence is money that we have, but we're not planning on spending this year, and it will be carried over into future years, is about 20% of our budget. And I will leave it at that. And if you have any questions,
Excellent.
I'm here. Rhonda's here to answer them.
Well, thank you, Scott. And it's impressive that the bulk of your budget goes to direct incentives and programs that benefit the residents of El Dorado County.
Yeah.
That's quite amazing. And you provide so many important resources for ag community and for our residents. It's always a pleasure to see that, and also appreciate your support of prescribed burning, which is an important tool in El Dorado County. And so we appreciate that the district recognizes that and is able to work within the framework of your regulations while making it available to our residents. So yeah, appreciate that.
Two quick things I forgot. We use zero general funds. That's one that
We always like that too.
Zero net county cost, right?
That's right.
Zero net county cost. And two, if anyone's interested in our grants or incentives, go to EDC cleanair.org.
Perfect. That's a helpful reminder for our residents. Perfect.
And our clean lawnmower programs on there, our drive clean program, all our incentives. So yeah, you can look and apply right online and
Great.
Go from there.
And I'll suggest that all of us put that in our newsletters to help get the word
great.
out. Yeah,
Yep.
perfect.
Yep.
So before you go away, Scott, do any of you have any comments before we take public comment?
I just want to thank you for Sand Ridge Road, because that was a big issue and stuff. And that was grant money through you guys that got that. They got that repaired.
Nice.
So
Yeah, that
thank
was
you
our
very much.
targeted
for that.
targeted airshed grant money. We were
Right.
we were able to chip seal the road there.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
amazing.
a
Yeah, that's
really good
amazing.
point,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
We're making progress on a lot of our dirt, dusty roads in the
Yeah.
county. So thank you for,
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up,
super.
Supervisor
Yes.
Tremblay.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah.
Appreciate it very much.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take public comment on this. Thank you so much.
Now taking public comment on item number 40. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak? All right. Seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Welcome back.
Thank you for the time for this item 40. This is a hearing. So from Taxpayers Association, I am speaking as a president of the taxpayers. I want to say this is one of the positives, I already shared in the other supervisors, one of the positives of our county. Net zero cost of general fund. Money coming in from outside sources to a great degree. The programs in this presentation are clearly identified. What a wonderful department that you're associated with. And as you, as the AQMD Board of Directors, I appreciate the efforts this year. Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so with that, I will close this public hearing and bring this back to the board. So the action before us is to hold a hearing and consider adoption on the June 25th.
So moved.
24th budget. All right,
Second.
and moved and seconded. Any final discussion?
Nope.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So thank you so much, and we'll see you back on June 25th. Appreciate it. Appreciate the presentation.
Yeah.
All right, we now move on to item number 41, Kim.
Item number 41 comes from Planning and Building Department, Economic Development Division, recommending the board, one, receive and file a presentation from the Greater Sacramento Economic Council on their achievements for fiscal year 23-24, and two, provide direction to staff to renew the contract with GSAC for fiscal year 24-25 and include the funding for fiscal year 24-25 in the adopted budget.
Good morning, Kyle.
Morning, thank you. Kyle Zolman, Economic Development. Madam Chair, Board, thank you for having us here today. In the interest of time, we might just get straight to it. The presentation, I have the President and CEO of Greater Sacramento Economic Council here, Barry Broom, who will walk you through the presentation, and then we'll take any questions and public comment.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. So, good morning, Mr. Broom. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
And Monique, welcome. Glad to see you.
Always glad to be out in God's country, as we call it. It's beautiful here as always. So thank you for having me. Yeah. So, I'll walk you through just some of the partnerships and achievement. Tiffany, it's good to see you. She's just not changed, even though she's the big boss now, and I told Kyle that, and he said, yeah, you don't report to her.
We're lucky to have her in that role. Yes, we are.
Seems like she hasn't changed at all. Yeah. So I always like to frame what we do, right, so that we understand it, right, and we evolve with elected folks. So I was like to reinforce my own CEOs. I have to remind them, right. So the goal of the organization, and I'll go into this quickly. I promise you. I know I won't be too long. Is 2015. We had not recovered from the 2008 recession. We were the last U.S. market to actually recover, right? And we had small, disjointed, little pocketed economic development groups. And it was, Folsom versus Rancho, right? Sacramento versus Roseville. And these little communities all had little economic development strategies that just basically moved assets across the borders. We had the big auto mall wars from the 80s and 90s, right? And so people saw themselves as competitors inside the community, when in fact, what they really are is cooperative allies on the economy. Because what really happens, like if we get the third terminal at the airport and open up international flights, that's going to change tourism in El Dorado County, right? That's going to change executive people living in El Dorado County. That'll change the competitiveness for the region. So what we do as an organization is organize the community to work in alignment together. 22 communities. We now have 50 CEOs on this board, which is a miracle. 4 of those CEOs live in your county, right? Kevin Nagel, the new CEO of Solidigm, all the Solidigm executives have lived here. Jeff Butler, the CEO of SK Pharmaco, which is now investing, near Rancho, but the management team lives out in El Dorado County. And then the goal is to get the CEOs to basically pay for the organization. So the CEOs pay for 85% of the organization. And then the local communities put a supplemental investment in. And what the CEOs do is they meet their civic obligation by being on the board, because, they don't like to sit on boards and they don't want to be messed with and they don't want to have a bunch of their time wasted. And I basically manage those CEOs, keep them engaged. Our management team works with Kyle and the other local communities on economic development strategies. And then we work on the larger economy, right? We're going to Korea in August. That's available to Kyle or any of you if you want to come to Korea, right? We went to Germany last spring. How do you open up the international markets? How do you get the Silicon Valley, Los Angeles money to invest in our community? What's our reputation around the world, right? We got the athletics, right? Even for 3 or 4 years, we're still building our reputation as a region. And then, as you know, California's reputation is struggling. It's going in the other direction. I know we don't like to talk about it. And then what we do for the local communities is we give them a set of services they can't pay for themselves. And I guess, we got an email last night, one of your important assets got $20 million from the project we worked on. Well, we say that's what Kyle did, right? So Kyle used a service. Kyle got that $20 million. Kyle got that local impact for his community by using services that are part of our offer, right? So we spend like $500,000 a year just on analytics. So in the case of that, you got $20 million for one of your important local assets. But who would have held all the analytics? You can't do that. You can't spend $500,000 on analytics. So it's like a shared service model, right? So we have an analytics team when Kyle's building a plan and Tiffany's building a plan and you're giving them advice and counsel on what you want to see in El Dorado County. And we do all the evidence and analytics for them, right? Here you go. That all comes in your investment. And then Supervisor Heidel, he sits on the board with Gary May, right? And Kyriakos Akopoulos. And so, that relationship ends up being, UC Davis and AKT are working on a very exciting life science project, as you know, in your community. Well, that was born out of the relationship. So that was really born from my work, right? So, when you work with these CEOs, you get your relationships, right? You get services you can't afford on your own. And then you get you got a group of people looking after the larger behaviors in your community. And then your local economic development team participates on it. Kyle's coming on our board. So he's actually so Kyle has been voted on by his peers to represent them on our board. We give one board seat to the economic development. So out of 22 economic development directors, they selected Kyle to represent. So it's an achievement for Kyle too. So now Kyle's on that board with John, sitting next to Gary May and Luke Wood and Vivek Ranadive, going, hey, here's some of the things we're working on in El Dorado County, right? So that's why we have like a retreat or a board meeting or an investor forum, it allows people to interact and raise questions or concerns. And so after a while, the business relationships between the community and the board start to happen autonomous of the work because of the relationships over time, right? So that's kind of the big picture. And then I'll show you some things we're working on and some of Kyle's achievements. And I can just keep going then.
Actually, while they're working on that, Barry, I have to tell you, that is the best explanation of GSEC I have ever heard.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that was really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. So I realized like we're getting new elected officials. So I'm like telling the board, like, we kind of got to go out and, redo the Amway program. We got to go out and sell down multi-level marketing. And this kind of is a multi-level marketing program. Think about it. But then I did sell Amway. So if you're from the Midwest, everybody has sold Amway.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I just, yeah, exactly. I sold Amway. Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's true. And it's a great, it's great. And then if any of you are looking for international products that you normally wouldn't have asked to, the chair and I will be outside in the lobby and we can introduce you to our partners. Yeah. And it's a very impressive crew. All right, did we get it fixed? I can go over it on my phone and just do it narrative and then.
You got it, Kim? Oh, they got it. Perfect. Thank you so much.
We're there.
Great.
Okay.
You're not fixing PDFs, so you're not going to control it.
Okay, great. So what if the state of California had 100 CEOs on a board working with the state government, trying to improve what people say about us and fix problems they don't fix or ignore problems they won't fix? That'd be a real useful help to all of us, right? Mm-hmm. So that's kind of the job, right? So if you go to San Francisco, Oakland, LA, you will not see a CEO on any board. They're not on their chamber boards. They're not on their economic development boards. And those places are going dangerously in the wrong direction. And there really isn't anybody there that can get a grip on it. And then the mayor's in these tough political jobs. So, we're creating this one-stop location where people can have a conversation around data evidence, what the market's telling us. So if someone doesn't like something we're doing, we're going, well, here, this came from Deloitte and EY and McKinsey, and this is what they're telling us. So we're telling you, and I don't want you to be mad at me, but sorry, I give you the data, right? And so the goal is to kind of cut through the politics of all the complexities that are going on, right? And then, of course, the region operates on a strategy. So El Dorado County, when they're building an economic strategy, they can plug into the regional strategy. So you get to plug into it, right? And then, of course, we focus on industries that have higher than normal wages. So we just did a report over 10 years. Our average wage is about $117,000. So the region's average wage is about 65 to 72. Yours is much higher for obvious reasons. Davis is much higher, but so in general, we've brought in 28,000 jobs. They're about twice the value of the current jobs. So you're getting a higher than normal impact by working together, right? So you're getting services you can't pay for. You're getting partnerships with people that you would normally not have easy access to. I mean, Gary May's my incoming chair, right? So, I mean, you can, if you want to go to lunch with them, let me know, right? So you got a different relationship with those institutions. And then the goal is, we have semiconductor companies coming along the 50 corridor now. We got 2 more coming in. So now these high impact, high wealth companies start coming in and you get a little higher than normal performance. So go ahead. So, one of the things, when we launched this in 2015, it was like pass fail, right? Everyone's got a new doohickey in California, right? Everybody's coming up with a new rhetoric, a new narrative, a new pitch, a new this. Right. We love renaming things, forming associations, We're doing that all the time. And so this was like pass fail. So I told the board when I came in, we're either going to have a huge impact or we're not. And we're going to build a strategy around a huge impact, and we'll either succeed or we fail, but we're not going to play it safe, right? Because otherwise, what's the point? You know what I mean? What's the point of doing it if you're just going to replicate the same careful political stuff you see all over California, right? Like Gavin Newsom won't talk about being 50th in the United States in employment. He won't talk about it. He'll say he's the fifth largest economy in the world. I'll be like, there's another zero after that. You're 50th right now in job performance. Mm-hmm. Wall Street's booming. We got unemployment at 4% across. We're last. And, if people don't talk about that, you're not going to fix it, right? So, we try to be transparent. I've learned on the communication side not to be so controversial. Tiffany probably watched it over time because people get upset easily. But the goal was to be the best, and we've been rated number 3 in the world 2 years in a row, and that is a tribute to the board and the community. So, I did get a click on that. I clicked my own, or that we did perfect timing. One of the other things too is, you have to include the whole region in the economy. So if you look at, I'm from Ohio. So I start off in Cleveland. I was head of economic development in Toledo, Ohio, which is, a very poor city, about the size city of Sacramento. And then I was my first CEO job. So these organizations started popping up really in the Midwest because they couldn't even formulate behaviors anymore. Detroit had collapsed, Cleveland had collapsed. So the business leader came over and said, hey, Mayor, county supervisor, we'll take this on for you and help you out. We're business guys and we'll put money in it. So that's kind of how these things were born out of the collapse of Cleveland, Detroit, and Pittsburgh and all those communities because, they had totally failed. So what we've learned is, if you include everybody in the economy, you got a better shot at democracy. People are getting living wages, you get a little better civic behavior. If people don't feel threatened all the time about their values or what they're trying to do with their lives, they're going to make you feel less threatened about yours. And so the goal is, how do you grow this economy? These are amazing achievements. And again, it's a community achievement, not mine. But we were 66 in growth. We're now 15th in the United States. So we're the 28th US market by size. We're 15th in growth, 17th in prosperity, 4th in inclusion, and 9th in racial inclusion. We're a very racially diverse region, and it's not just sitting in like a poor Black neighborhood like Detroit or Chicago. So, we're universally inclusive, right? I mean, you have a huge Asian community in a Latino community in El Dorado County. So we're not like the East where we sit in these little enclaves and pockets. And then geographic inclusion. And this is the Brookings data. So what we do is when you ever hear us give a data point, it's somebody else's data. So we go to a credible source and they give us a measurement. You guys aren't doing very well 2017. And then we build a plan around what we're not doing very well, right? And then we execute the plan and we go back and measure, are we moving the data? And it's the most progress made out of the top 54 metropolitan areas in the United States. And we're number 2 right now as a region in job growth, second only to Las Vegas. So I want to thank you for that because, it takes a long time to move the needle and people have to stick with it. And, they have to have, faith, and you got to deliver, but still, people have to work hard together patiently. As you can see, California is 36. So now what's going to happen in the next 10 years? It's like any momentum. Like, your schools are booming. You have good schools. Young families are coming out here because you have good schools. City of Sacramento, young families are moving out. The schools are suffering. So what happens, you want to avoid any kind of negative trend. So your trends all look up, right? Like you're growing, your incomes are up, you're getting more educated. And some parts of the region are getting less educated, and their incomes are dropping, right? And so you're trying to balance that out a little bit with what you're doing. But, being a top job market, the only thing you can really do for people is give them an opportunity. You can't fix them. We can't get these folks out of tents with government money. That's faith and their own compelling will to change their lives. And then when they want to change their lives, we got to have support systems to train them and educate them and get them out, right? So these are what I would call Kyle's achievements, so he knows how to work the system, right? So one of the things we want to do this year is, I try to have at least one forum in every community where people can come out. That should be useful for people So if you've got somebody asking questions about us, hey, when we have a forum, go out and do it. So like this year, you're doing a big strategic plan. So we'll bring all the data and evidence and probably have a conversation somewhere in the community around that. That'll be through Kyle and John. That'll be through your board members, right? We don't invite ourselves. We don't just show up in El Dorado County and start doing stuff. And then on the research side, obviously some of the planning and documents we did converted to a $20 million benefit. But the real benefit is the income and jobs that El Dorado County residents get outside of El Dorado County. So half your economy is in El Dorado County and half your economy is outside of El Dorado County. And how well the airport operates and the universities work and whether or not there's technology corridors and whether or not you're getting semiconductor companies is driving 50% of your economic base. And this is the vehicle and tool in which you do that. So yeah, you're doing incredibly well. That's just a short version of it. And then of course I talked about Kyle coming on the board. And then of course, the investment. We've never changed the investment. So, the very first investment to now, what I always said to the communities is I want you to put more resources behind Kyle, not us, right? So you write one check for 10 years. It's been almost the same number, 60 grand or so, right? So someone's doing 25, maybe it's 26. It's tied to population. So everybody writes the same check. It's 40 cents per person in your community and it's flat. And then when we grow the market, like going into Korea, Germany, we go to the CEOs and say, you got to pay for this. The public money is restricted, right? Nobody ever asked this question, but it's used on data, evidence, and marketing. So if I've got, 5 Korean CEOs on the floor of the Kings and they're drinking champagne, that's on VSP's tab and Kaiser and Kings, not taxpayers, right? So we bifurcate the taxpayer money so that it's data, evidence, marketing, and services, right? And we audit that. So every year I could show you an audit that all the community's public money was used for analysis and brand and marketing, a seamless regional. And then the CEOs, if someone wants to go to Pebble Beach and play golf, Secaucus is paid for that, right? So, and then I think what has happened is, you've got the Growth Factory, which is one of the projects I really like that we did together.
Mm-hmm.
So we launched the Growth Factory because we didn't have a really good accelerator. And one of the things I continue to try to do, and what we want to be able to do long term, what we're trying to accomplish long term with you is, you got enough people living in these big houses to change philanthropy and the economic condition of the county, right? And we got to get these folks like the CEO of SK Pharmaco and the CEO of Solid Diamond, their management teams, they all have moved here. So I said, okay, so what are you going to do in your community? So I set up a lunch with John and Debbie, get involved in the chamber, right? And then, they're all like tech guys and money investors. So we brought the Growth Factory out here thinking, we'll start getting like a little angel investor network out of El Dorado County and get these guys, putting money in El Dorado County and not just thinking of themselves as being the CEO over here, but get them to think of themselves as an El Dorado County resident. And we made a lot of progress on that. And then obviously we did have a local impact of about 100 engineers. And, and the key thing, like one job pays like $10,000 a year in income to the government, so the nice thing about economic development is you get paid back if you do it properly. And that's when people say, how do I know I got 20% of my money back? It's, it's things like, Jeff Butler and Kevin O living in your community and being CEOs of other companies. They're shopping in your malls, they're buying cars out here, they send their kids to your schools. So that's where your income comes from. Your income comes from where the spending occurs in your community. The sustainability of your economy comes from the employment impact. So whether it's in Rancho or Folsom and El Dorado County, from a community economic sustainability isn't as important. What's important is where do they live and where do they spend their money? And of course, that's a huge advantage for you. And then I just kind of glossed over, but we did get the tribe has come on the board. So one of the things that I was very naive about that, by the way. I'm very naive. I don't strike as naive, Chairman, but I am, I promise. So, we're like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if the tribes worked with us? Well, there was a lot of complication behind that, as we've learned. But we do have 3 tribes now coming on the board, and we're finding out like, hey, this could be a way to figure out how the tribal community in the county works better together. And, they have real resources, as oftentimes more than anyone else. And Red Hawk is the big brand. You go to the Kings game, you see Red Hawk all over the place. Well, Red Hawk is in El Dorado County, right? So how would we get that asset more engaged where the community had greater confidence in it, what it does? How do we get them? Do they invest in the growth factory? Do they help out with the brand? I mean, they own land. Can we build a pharmaceutical corridor along that? Or, because not everything's going to be gaming. So the tribes are like, hey, we can't just be gaming players. We got to have something else, which is how the interest showed up. And I'm like, yeah, you special tax treatments, if you do them the right way and work it out with the county, maybe it could lead to, better industry footprints in your community, not just gaming. So it's very early stages. Literally, the chairwoman comes on the board Friday. But I'm excited about that. And I think that opens up another set of opportunities to do a better job working together. So that is my report. I congratulate all of you on your great accomplishments, and your partnership is pivotal to us. I think with 50 CEOs, who would have ever guessed we'd have got that far, right? But I think it's become a pretty effective organization. And I know a lot of the board's really proud of you. And one of the things I always tell people, the CEOs are most proud that the governments work together. That's their number one thing they're most proud of, because they told me it wouldn't happen. When I showed them how to do this, they're like, you're not going to get 20 governments on a board working together, man. But if you don't do that, then they become a downtown crowd, right? You get the downtown mouthpiece crowd, So the governments pull the CEOs into the regional model, and they see the regional model. And that's why you got Gary May and Angela Sakopoulos working together in El Dorado County. Because yeah, we should do that here. And then, the Sakopoulos go, yeah, well, we work with, Tiffany and Kyle, and we know John, and it kind of, then they call me up for some data and evidence and get my opinion on it. And we'll play a key role in the strategic thing, but it kind of comes organically out of the committed relationship between everybody. And so that's what's most exciting for me. So thank you for your time. And if you have any questions.
Thank you, Barry. Great presentation.
Thank you.
And Kyle, we so appreciate your involvement, engagement. Kyle's one of our superstars.
Yeah,
and
he is.
so we are so happy that he's engaged, on the regional level. Supervisor Heidel, would you like to, since you're involved in this?
Great presentation. I think the growth factory is a major emphasis of what's going on, the incubator process and stuff, and getting new businesses started, particularly with a business park, El Dorado's business park orientation. I think that to me is a strong potential to really expand the desire for businesses, significant businesses, to move into El Dorado County.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I want to make mention of is the benefit of the reporting that GSEC did relative to Sierra Tahoe. I don't think a lot of people recognize that, but your economic impact report was extremely helpful in raising funds to try to rebuild the Sierra Tahoe after the Caldor fire. They were devastated.
Mm-hmm.
They were flat. They were trying to figure out, how do we get back from this, or can we?
Yeah.
And they've quoted a couple different times that the report that GSEC put out was really instrumental in making a difference and getting the financing they needed, because there was a solidity of the region. The region was solid. There's people making money. There's people that are going to go to the ski resorts and spend their money. So don't give up now. You have to rebuild. So I think that's one of the benefits a lot of people are not visible of. I know GSEC's had a lot of impact in various areas. We're still looking for a major win, the white horse type of thing where we get a major business. We were close once in a business park. I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
It was a division of Intel. Unfortunately, the economics didn't quite work out and the timing didn't work out. But that potential is there. And in any given instant, we could see a major business move into El Dorado County that's really going to expand our employment, jobs for our youth, jobs for the local people. They don't have to commute as far to do quality work and make a good pay. And then also the expansion of revenues. We're growing revenue streams that will affect the future of El Dorado County. We need more sales tax revenue. We need more property tax revenue. We start filling those open spaces in the business park with profit generating companies who pay taxes. We will help ourselves. We need to control traffic and everything else, but there's a huge potential there. Recognizing the business park is less than half built out was the last number I heard. So there's a lot of potential. We just need to figure out how to encourage the right businesses to come and bring jobs.
Thank you for your engagement on the board.
It's been a pleasure being involved with it, because it's class people doing class things, and the CEO involvement to me is over the top. The fact that there's major corporations willing to put in money to see the prosperity of the whole Sacramento region grow. And it's not just what does it mean to me personally? No, it's about the region. And you see that over and over again. So that's a tremendous accomplishment to get that group of people together and see the same vision. So.
All right, Supervisor Perlin.
Hi, Barry.
How are you?
Not a secret. I've always struggled with this. I think I've often been a no vote. And part of it's because, the tangibles, they're just not there. They're not. And we've had a big gaping empty area in our El Dorado Hills Business Park for how long?
Mhm.
And we haven't been able to bring anything there. And what I heard in your presentation, and I just, when you said naive, I think sometimes it's just more you're not aware of our politics here in the county, perhaps.
Yeah.
So when you say some things, I read between the lines and I hear things different than a lot of folks. But what I heard you saying was that we're a bedroom community, is what you said, because you said we have a lot of CEOs that live here in our county. They love it here. Our quality of life is off the charts.
Mhm.
Awesome. Our schools are great, recreation, it's beautiful. Who wouldn't want to live here?
Right.
But yet the businesses aren't coming here, and you really haven't been able to bring a major business into our business park. So, and we even have another business park. We have a couple business parks.
Yeah, right.
So, and then the other thing too is that I get your newsletter. Please don't take me off now that I say this, but El Dorado County is, I think, almost never featured or mentioned in your newsletter as a potential anything. And so I read it all the time going, yeah, thank you. We're like a nothing in your newsletter.
Yeah.
And then, and I remember Supervisor Novacell when she was, and it's unfortunate Supervisor Lane's not here today because I'd love to hear her thoughts on it, but your focus is often very El Dorado Hills centric. It just is. And we are so much more than that. And so I don't know how, and we've talked about this in the past. I remember it at a prior board meeting. So I don't know how to get you to change gears on that. I don't know. But we are far more than just the businesses, with our agriculture and all that. I don't hear anything about that. So, and then also with the shift to online sales now, and it's not going away, it's not going back. The more that people buy online, our county doesn't benefit from that anymore because of legislation and all of that stuff. So is that being tackled anywhere? Because it's going to really start hurting our budget. It's coming. So I'm probably going to support this today, but if our budget woes get worse the next go round, it's going to be a tougher sell. And I do like the fact that, we're at the table. That's important. But I just don't feel like we're just there, and I don't feel like we're featured, or you know what I mean. And again, what I heard from you today was we're a bedroom community, just 100%, and we always kind of have been.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that GSEC was more to bring the businesses here, and we're still not feeling it. So, and I appreciate that Kyle is a rock star.
Yes,
that's a fact. So thank you for recognizing that.
Can I respond?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's not really our job. Is to build the regional model. And if you look at the regional model, we've got 134 companies that are evaluating this region. And when they evaluate the region, they look at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 communities. So one of the things we don't do is skew what they do, right? I mean, I have to have, where they locate and how they locate. There's 22 economic development directors. They meet every month for an hour, 2 hours to go over every deal with my team. And, part of the honest broker role is I don't steer a company. I don't tell a company to go to Folsom or Roseville or El Dorado County. We bring the company into the region. And then the system puts all those deals in front of the economic development directors. It's very transparent. And then they represent their community's interest to that company. I mean, I don't think you want me running El Dorado County, right? You want to run El Dorado County. You get paid back because of the services and the income that's produced from the people that live here. That's how you get paid back. So it's not a localized program. Otherwise, it would, at one time, I think you gave your chamber $500,000. That's what you're putting into a localized program. I don't know if you still do
Don't
that.
bring that up in this conversation.
Okay.
That's another sensitive issue.
Okay, well, I'm just, I'm not
Again,
in politics.
You're not aware of our politics.
Yeah, and I don't,
think
and I'm
you
not,
make
and I don't want to
statements
be,
that
because
don't
then
fit
I'm going to
us.
sit around and come in here and try and be a politician, and I'm not. I'm a straightforward, transparent, operate on evidence. This is what I'm learning. This is what the venture capitals community, this is what I'm hearing in Korea. And we give you that. And then if you want to make political decisions, then you make those. I don't make those. I don't give political advice. I don't do that for the city of Sacramento. I stay out of it. And then we stay honest. So we're clean, honest, transparent brokers. That's what we do. We run the metropolitan strategy. And, I get calls from people saying, you got to start bringing business downtown Sacramento. And I go, that ain't going to happen. You have people in tents. You have, people, you have a reputation for crime. You had a man that was murdered on a street corner, a week ago. I mean, employers are not going to come into downtown Sacramento until you clean that up, and so you could be the city of Sacramento go, well, we give you $250,000 a year. And well, I'm not going to be able to do that unless you operate. So El Dorado County is a bedroom community. It makes you dependent upon the region for the economy. Once you build a community, it just doesn't pivot quickly, and I'm not, in a provincial job where I'm sitting here thinking about all these different things. That's what your economic development team does. My job is I'm going to Korea. And can Korea come in here? And where do Korean executives live? And what are the industries? And how do we build our brand and reputation? We got the athletics. Doesn't matter to me where the athletics went. For 4 years, we're going to be on TV, in the spring instead of just in the winter. So it's $60,000. It isn't going to do $600,000 or $6 million worth of work. It's going to give you what we're doing now. That's the value. Then you have to sit there and look at Kyle and think of, look at his growth and development. I don't want to take credit for his work, but a lot of his growth and development is working with us because he's got guys with 35 years experience or 30 years experience or 25 years experience. So a lot of these young people, California doesn't do this. By the way, the other compliment is Oakland, San Francisco, and Riverside want to create a GSEC, and they've asked me to help. So we have other communities now in California emulating this. So we've knocked it out of the park. It's not going to get any better than this. I think, we'll end up with more employment impacts in your park over time, but that'll be on the basis of the economy maturing, better footprint in El Dorado County, those kind of things. So this is about brand, reputation, income, how you drive the economy. And, I'm not, I just had this conversation with another community. This is a bedroom community, and you build a bedroom community, pivoting that is difficult to do when planning and zoning and CEQA and general plans are so complicated. But that doesn't mean you're not getting tremendous value out of this.
Thank you.
And that's all I'm saying, and I want to be an honest broker too. I don't want to come in and tell, well, next year I have a bunch of companies in your park. I don't control that. I control whether or not the companies come into the region. And, we're world class, and the CEOs are paying for the organization. That's what we've promised and delivered on. It's a top flight organization, and that's all I can control. California is very unattractive to business. Our national reputation is getting a lot worse. I'm from Ohio and Michigan, so my instinct is, California is going to struggle for survival in the next 10 or 20 years unless these behaviors change. So we're up against it. We've had a great run in the region, but eventually all this failure in California is going to affect us, and we need to start to think about banding together as a region, as a community, pulling leadership together and fighting together for the future of our community. And that's what I'm offering. And
Thank
I appreciate
you so
your
much.
candor, man.
That is a helpful explanation.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So at this point, let's take public comment on this, and then we'll bring this back to the board for action. So thank you very much, Barry.
Thanks for having me.
Great presentation.
Now taking public comment on item number 41, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Monique. Thank you for being with us.
Yes.
Thanks for having me. Monique Brown, co-founder, managing director of the Growth Factory, and it's good to see everyone this morning. I just wanted to, I think you all know a little bit about what the Growth Factory is doing and the work that we've done in collaboration with GSEC and Kyle here in the county. And I think what comes to mind when I think about this conversation is really, we talk a lot about building the backyard advantage for entrepreneurs who want to build their companies in the region. And for us, that backyard advantage is really contingent upon the ability to have cross-sector, cross-community collaboration. Because when a business owner is growing in the region, they launch, a lot of the businesses that we work with launch locally, but they're really looking to scale globally. And so as we work together as a region, customers for companies that are headquartered in El Dorado County could be in Folsom, or could be in Washington, D.C., or could be in Korea. And so having a strong entrepreneurial and ecosystem development organization, economic development organization like GSEC, really spearheading that collaboration for us has been hugely valuable, and just kind of helping us to tell the regional story and helping our entrepreneurs connect where they need to connect. So I just wanted to share that I think it's long work, and I totally understand the comments of Supervisor Parlin and wanting to understand, like, how does this translate today, and to have those tangibles. And as you were talking about the business park, I was like, ooh, I have some ideas. So I wanted to talk with you about it, Kyle. But I think we look at it as 20 years from today when we think about the work that we're doing, and really how long it truly does take to, do some of the work we're doing, which is grow from within, but in partnership with GSEC, who is kind of leading the larger charge and providing that opportunity for us to align our messaging and our work with a broader effort. I think it really helps. So I just wanted to share our perspective, and thank you so much for all the work that you do. And thank you again to Kyle for your partnership, and excited to have you in a leadership role this next year with the EDOs. And yeah.
Great, we are too. Thank you so much for your comments. Appreciate them. Is there anyone else in the board chambers before we go online? All right, seeing none, let's go online, please.
Now taking public from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
I'm going to use my full 3 minutes on this one. Just want to let you know I'm representing the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. Barry, as always, a nice presentation. Barry, I was born in Toledo, Ohio, and my mom still lives back there. She's 96. She's living a good life. We in California are a little different. I saw you on TV at the Red Hawk Casino. I saw you on the American Century Celebrity Golf Tournament. So you do come to El Dorado County. The system is transparent, and that's why we like your frank and honest comments. Kudos to the Growth Factory. I'm so glad she was here, came up to the podium. I'm a big proponent of the Growth Factory, and that's the kind of initiative that we need to have within our economic development in El Dorado County. We do have the El Dorado Hills Barnett Business Parks, and we have Park West. All of these deserve our consideration, including the ones that are up here in the more central El Dorado County areas. Recently, you developed a Strategic Economic Enhancement Development Committee, or what we call SEED. And I put that into my browser and went back to a March a meeting of your Board of Supervisors, but there was an article in the Mountain Democrat that spoke to SEED and Supervisor Heidel. There was a quote in there. I'm not going to read it. But it was very, very well thought out and deliberate. It says we need economic development in El Dorado County. Taxpayers believe that means jobs, jobs, jobs. It doesn't mean planning. It doesn't mean the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. It means we want to see the metrics be jobs, people getting high-paying jobs. And in that regard, I'm looking for comments from SEED. I see none. There was nothing in the agenda related to their thoughts or comments on this presentation. This is very difficult. You got a long-standing relationship with GSEC. I believe, like Supervisor Parlin, that maybe this year we ought to prove it and see what happens in our money. Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning.
Hello, everyone. Linda Campbell from El Dorado Hills. And first of all, thank you for the presentation. It's definitely interesting information. I will note a few concerns about it. Primarily, El Dorado County isn't Sacramento County or any of the other counties. There's a lot of factors that we as the people of the county have voted for. We continue to engage with our elected officials on, all that kind of stuff. I agree with what Chris brought up. I also remember the SEED program and haven't really seen anything from that. In that, I'm pretty sure we identified kind of some focused industries because I remember changing a few of them. So I'm wondering how much that is being socialized within the GSAC program. I heard a lot about CEOs and big companies and all that kind of stuff. I would like to have our county focus on small businesses. People here want to be able to start business in a streamlined way and be able to work in their own area. So I think that that's still an important factor to consider, is how do we encourage growth of local business? A few of the names that were listed are definitely concerning because they are intentionally not trying to align with things in our general plan. And I'm sure everybody knows who those are. Ultimately, I do just want to encourage everybody to keep El Dorado County as a priority, not other counties. Just look at the things that are best for us. Also agree with Supervisor Parlin. If we do an investment this year, we should see some returns to prove that it's worthwhile going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good morning.
Good morning. I really didn't want to, I was listening to this on the side and I didn't want to comment, but the more I listened, the more it's been, how many years have we paid for this contract? And we say the same thing every year. And the biggest issue, you know, if you want to use taxpayers to help fill the business park for those developers that aren't being successful in fulfilling them, then that's kind of something maybe people can actually live with. But what I heard was a few very elite people reaping off the backs and the lifestyles and the industries that we have created in El Dorado County and why everybody wants to come here. And sadly, the more that that's being impacted by these objectives that aren't understood when they see what we have and they want to take and make it bigger, and they're destroying that which we are without maybe even understanding that. And the other part I heard is that they're aligning now with the tribe that we know is not local. We know that they're acquiring all this land from the federal government that doesn't have the regulations or issues that you have with local government. And I'm hearing pharmaceutical industry coming in on that properties. How is that? That again is taking away the essence of our county. Our county thrives on small businesses, small cottages, and everything. When you're collaborating with these type of corporations almost, and also they're celebrating the coming in of the 8,000 homes with the project with Davis, and it's just another organization that's lobbying to bring those things here. And as the prayer that I heard was very beautiful this morning, talked about your responsibility to protect this county and make the decisions that don't, one man's, I can't even think of it, but you're the barrier between the local economies that are thriving. I was so sad to hear one of my friends that provides for that local economy said, we're looking to get out of here. We're hearing that right and left, which is, we don't want to be like everywhere else. I don't want to lose all the people that have created the beautiful place that we have. So I asked for the first time, if anything else, send a message, especially our rural representatives on the board. Say, no, we don't want this. Even the clip that stated about El Dorado County flew by, wasn't even held for a second, that actually talked about us. So if you care about preserving our rural resources and our local economies, then you have to say no to funding this and being part of this organization. Please finally do it. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from David Spar.
Good morning. Mr. Spar, can you please unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted. Thank
Perfect.
you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board. Dave Spar, recent appointee to the SEED committee, which I appreciate very much. I'd like to speak in support of this funding. It's not that El Dorado County and Placerville and South Lake Tahoe all can accommodate the small businesses, and we want to continue to grow small businesses. We're not looking towards GSAC to attract large companies and one big white horse to come in and drop into El Dorado Hills and create a lot of traffic. We're looking for the connections and the partnerships so we can grow small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and participate with some of the larger employers like Intel. That's really what we're looking for, and that requires a strategy. Right now, there are 4 different strategies that El Dorado County is working with. SEED has to bring these together into one common, well-understood economic development strategy that is very simple, very straightforward. I think looking at investments in the small business, medium-sized businesses, and the different communities of El Dorado County, for every dollar you invest, right now you're receiving $22 back. I think if you invested $2, you'd receive $44 back. I'm not saying increase the budget and the contribution right now, but it's one of the greatest investments you can buy and one of the best leverage points you can do for your county and your citizens right now. And the partnership is worth millions of dollars, and we just can't buy that any other way. So I would support partnerships. I would support neighborhoods and communities working together. Companies only locate at the best location they can find. It's our obligation to provide the best location, so we are the choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Gina Posey.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. Thank you for bringing this item forward. I agree with what you just heard from Dave from the SEED committee as well. I think this would be a great project for SEED to undertake, looking at the criteria that Barry had talked about in this meeting. And let's see how we stack up against that criteria and understand where we have our strengths and how do we leverage those strengths to bring the right type of businesses, the small businesses, the medium businesses, the agricultural focused businesses to our community. And so I'd like to suggest you consider having this be one of the projects for SEED when we are up and running. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. We'll bring this back to the board. And just a brief comment, there was a lot of talk about SEED, and so stay tuned, come back next week because it'll be on our agenda next week. And Kyle, I don't know if you want to answer some of the other comments or have any other comments on this item?
Other than SEED coming next week, I was just going to mention as part of looking at the businesses, small businesses, and what we want to be, that's going to be all part of that strategic plan work that I see GSEC and I see the growth factory and I see SEED all playing a part in and providing data and outreach and relying on all these different groups to help us come up with that strategic plan. So it's kind of a group effort to get all that done, but I see there's value in all these entities in order to get that work done. So
Excellent.
Yeah.
And any final
Yeah,
comments?
I just
Board?
want to say something. Jerry, thanks for the presentation. You know, the biggest thing is in El Dorado County at one time, we were the richest county in the state of California with the timber industry and with the mining. And we got away with that, got away from that is because of all the regulations that's implied by the state and federal government. And that's one of the biggest issues and the hurdles that we have in bringing businesses into El Dorado County is because of all the regulations and stuff that's required. But we need new ideas and new technology here, and especially comes to our business part. And we need to emphasize that because the problem is our children, my kids, you know, they're moving elsewhere because they can't afford to live here in this, but there's no good high paying jobs. And that's what we need to concentrate. And that's what we need to keep our kids, you know, people that graduate from school, they move elsewhere. They go to college, they don't stay here because there's nothing here for them. So we need to be able to focus on that. So we good high paying jobs. So we keep our children here.
Appreciate everyone's comments, made for a rich discussion and good considerations. From my perspective, I think it's really important that, you know, as was mentioned, that we be at the regional table. El Dorado County does not exist as an island. We are unique and we are special and we are different and we are darn proud of it. It will also be up to us to keep it that way. That said, it's important to be part of the larger Sacramento region because we're an important part of the Sacramento region. And we need to be at the table so we can tell our story, so we can control the narrative on what is said about us. And in doing that, we can determine our own destiny with the partnerships and the relationships we build. So I do not see this as a threat to our future, but as an important tool to help move us forward. And we will choose how to use that. So that's my perspective. So what is the action before us is to receive the presentation, which we did, and direct staff to renew the contract with GSAC and include the funding in the adopted budget.
So moved. I was going to say it, but so moved.
Okay. I will second that. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed? Was that an aye, Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion carries. So thank you for the rich discussion. And
So I'm
appreciate
sorry,
the
so
presentation.
motion carries 3-1 with
3-1.
Supervisor Parlin voting no?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all. All right. We have at this point we're about a half hour behind, but thank you. It was a rich discussion. So thank you. We'll move into item number 42, Kim.
Item number 42 comes from Health and Human Services Agency Behavioral Health Division on behalf of the Behavioral Health Commission, recommending the board receive and file an annual report from the Behavioral Health Commission.
Well, it is a pleasure to see my colleagues on the Behavioral Health Commission here today. So welcome, Jim.
Thank you. I'm Jim Abram. I'm the chair for 2024 of the commission. I rejoined the commission in 2003, halfway through the year. And as I became chair, I realized we needed to do an annual report. So it's a little bit late, but here it is. I served, just a bit of background, I served from approximately 2005 to termed out at 2018 on the commission and chaired it previously. I worked with Supervisor John Idol, as he was our representative for quite some time, and Wendy is now a representative. And I want to thank both of you because you always came to the meetings, and it's really important because you count as part of our quorum. And so looking forward to next year, hopefully the supervisor that'll be representing you folks will attend our meetings as well as both of you did and how you participated. So moving on with that, the mission statement is the Behavioral Health Commission is established under Welfare and Institution Code 5604 to serve in an advisory role to the Board of Supervisors on matters of behavioral health services. Next, please. Our membership over the past year was Norma Santiago. She served as our chair. Dr. Richard Lynn was the vice chair representing the Lake Tahoe area. Wendy Thomas served as our vice chair in 2003, representing the West Slope. And Laura Sumoto was our secretary. Deborah Thornburg, Dr. Stephen Claver, Catherine Hamilton, John Taylor, and myself served as the additional commissioners. The commission has a total of 11 members. 2 seats were vacant, 9 members were active. Meredith Zanardi, Behavioral Health Division HHSA team, was liaison staff member for our commission. What we do. The Behavioral Health Commission is commission mandated by Welfare Institution Code 5604. 5604.2 states the commission's duties to review and evaluate the community mental health needs and services, facilities, and special problems. We're to advise the governing body and the local mental health director as to any aspect of the mental health program. Our objectives are to review and advise the county agreements entered into pursuant to, I should add some water up here, Welfare Institution Code 5650, advise the Board of Supervisors and the El Dorado County Behavioral Health Director as to any aspect of the local behavioral health program, review and approve the procedures used to ensure citizen and professional involvement at all stages of the planning process as specified in Welfare Institution Code 5651. We're to review each qualified applicant for the position of the Behavioral Health Director and make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. The commission shall be included in the selection process prior to the vote of the Board of Supervisors. We review and comment on the county's performance outcome data and communicate it to the County California Mental Health Planning Council. Oops. In 2023, we held 10 monthly commission meetings, and the commission heard and reviewed program services, presentations, and updates. Each month, the commission reviewed and discussed the Behavioral Health Division's monthly update report. I've listed what each one of the topics at our meetings were, and you guys can review them. If you have any questions about any single one of them, that would be great. I'm not going to try to read all of them.
We appreciate that.
I know, this is like 8 minutes, maybe, that I'm going to talk. And I know you're behind in your time pressures, so I'm trying to accommodate that as much as I can. There are a couple things that will be coming up. I'm going to go and move on 2 slides to the performance, service and performance indicators. That's about the VHC accomplishments in 2023. In April, the MHSA draft fiscal year 23-26 year expenditure plan and public hearing. The plan was approved to be moved on to the supervisors with the following substantive comments: implementation of a plan semi-annually and request clarification of the Mental Health Students Services Act. In July, the commission approved the MHSA Community Program Planner Process Action Plan with the addition of reading out to the Community Corrections Group. August, we formed the ad hoc committee for the data notebook. It's an annual notebook that it covers one specific topic each year, and it's used to accumulate data so things can be improved and looked at and it's not just done in our county, it's done in all the counties. And then in November, we appointed an ad hoc, our nominating committee for commission officers. And also we did approve the data notebook. So the Behavioral Health Commission, next slide. Yes, the Behavioral Health Commission's concerns. The Behavioral Health Division, our concern is the Behavioral Health Division's vacant clinician and support positions. And you can see the percentages are listed there. Those are numbers from February. I checked our May report and they are still the same. The concern is that the high rate of vacancies in the clinician position. They're the ones that have to provide the services, run the programs. And when you have 62% of them vacant, you have previously had 32 and a half allocated positions and only 12 are filled. I know you allocated four more positions could be filled, but we've got all these other positions already empty, and it's really put a stress on the behavioral health division's ability to perform the services, and the staff is working double time in order to fulfill their obligations to provide these services. The other concern is the impacts that Proposition 1 will be having on deliverable mental health services to mental health consumers. And the other one is the need for transitional housing. It's been an issue for all the years I've known about it, and it's getting tougher to find some place to send people when they need to have transitional housing. As far as our ongoing long-term projects, our project management plan, the system improvement plan that has been put forth related to improving the BHD vacant clinician and support positions. And once again, Proposition 1 impacts on the behavioral health funding allocations for deliverable services to the consumers of mental health programs. There's currently the DHCS, Department of Healthcare Services, is promoting and having listening sessions for stakeholders from April till November of this year to get input on the new BHSA plan. And regards the behavioral health transformation. Senate Bill 326 actually addressed the MHA portion of the plan, and then Bill AB 531 addressed the $6.38 million infrastructure bill. So there's actually two things going side by side in place to make this move forward. So regarding the commission, next week, I am going to recommend that there is an ad hoc committee formed by the commission to participate in these listening sessions so the commission can become more educated about what's really happening with the new program and share it with other commissioners when needed. So the commission's goals for the end of the year are to continue to review and evaluate mental health services in El Dorado County, to have educational presentations of behavioral health services provided to consumers by the Behavioral Health Division, hold annual Mental Health Service Act plan updates and public hearings, and work collaboratively with the BHD Behavioral Health Division on providing necessary deliverable services and programs to consumers of El Dorado County mental health. And that is my presentation.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Jim. And you just touched on the scope of what the Behavioral Health Commission, delves into. It's a very, very complex system, and appreciate all of my fellow commissioners for their dedication, and you for leading us with enthusiasm and dedication, and of course to our behavioral health staff within Health and Human Services, who just does a yeoman's job in working through a very, very complex industry with providing much needed services to our community. So Supervisor Parlin.
Ma'am. Hi, Jim.
Hi.
Good to see you again. I'm glad
Yeah.
you're back on the commission.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Yeah, thank you for acknowledging the workforce has been a challenge, and it seems to be getting increasingly difficult instead of better.
Yeah.
And that's in almost any industry, but in behavioral health, it's even more so. So I'm glad you guys recognize that. I know there's a lot of effort at the state level, local level, everywhere to try to address that. And I do not know how we're going to fix that problem. It is huge. So
There's incentives to try and get more staff for
yeah,
the Behavioral Health Division. It's a statewide issue.
it is. Yeah.
And now they're competing with some of the bigger healthcare providers
That's it.
like Kaiser.
Yeah.
And there's maybe so to speak, a better incentive out there than even though
Something.
what we try to offer here in El Dorado County,
I
the
agree. We're
competitive.
gonna have to get creative on that. So, I just appreciate that you guys are recognizing that and looking into it. And
Yeah,
then-
we're trying to, sometimes when we have our agenda planning meetings, we try to figure out, well, we want to do this, but we don't want you to have to, it to be a burden on the VHD staff any more than what do we want? Nothing. We'll figure it out and we'll give you information we might like to share.
Right.
Sometimes it's that way, we're trying to work in a way that we don't add any more
Burdens to them.
Right.
That's important.
workload to
Yes.
them,
Because we don't want to see that burnout at all.
That's right.
either. And then I
Yeah.
noticed on slide 8 there, you had transitional housing, which again, we are very aware of. And actually, I think our navigation center report this afternoon, you'll get an update on that because we are planning on doing some of that, which is important. But I also recognize in the presentation, I think you have some vacancies on your commission. And so I was just wondering, I
Yes.
don't even know if this is appropriate, but maybe my fellow board members know more than me, but I thought, would it be a good idea to reach out to El Dorado or Housing El Dorado to see if they would want a seat at the table on the commission? Because they work on unique projects and unique housing situations. And I just wonder if that's something that they could help, find a niche there. They're so niche oriented. I
It's an
love.
interesting consideration.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd like to do that. I know that NAMI's newsletter and
Yeah,
Diane's here today.
Yeah.
But their newsletter mentions that we have a vacancy. We'd love to be able to have a few more members. We have people that are going to be reappointed and that want to be reappointed. And we have some people that not. We got a new applications for the Youth Commission
Oh, good.
for to fill the seat that was just vacated.
Lauren was fantastic.
Yeah,
And
Lauren was
Lauren was
fantastic.
great, so she was a superlator, and I never felt like I was talking to, I felt I was talking to an equal
Very
level peer
articulate.
kind of thing, not a, very articulated.
Very
and-
worldly too,
Yeah.
in terms of what.
And she came to our meetings all the time. It's hard to get a quorum. Quorum's always a worry. One thing I wanted to say
And
is,
actually, but sorry to interrupt you, Jim, but I'd like my fellow colleagues to be able to ask their comments first, and then we'll get back to
Okay.
any final
Okay.
thoughts that you might have.
all right. sure.
Thank you. So thank you
I'm
for,
good, yeah.
thank you for bringing that up. And I think it's important for the commission to recognize that our vacancy rates and all of our employees are a focus of this body as well, of the Board of Supervisors. So thank you for bringing that up. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to actually to Lori's comment relative to the presentation this afternoon at 2:00. We have a lot of data that's coming from our navigation center. And at my first blush going through this, it seems like we're not achieving the things I would hope we were able to achieve with respect to behavioral health. It seems like there's a significant mental health issue in particular that we see in that navigation center and many of the occupants, and we don't seem to be addressing it to the level that I would hope we would be able to do conversions. And so I would hope that the commission would take a look at that data and try to determine, are there recommendations that you could make in how we deal with that particular population of people and trying to give them assistance, almost to the point that if there is a success story there of someone who's had severe mental health, they got treatment, they determined what was necessary to turn their lives around, that maybe someone on your commission of that ilk who has that personal history and knows the path to success could help influence where we go.
Well, I have the personal history. can
Yes, I
tell
know you
that.
do, but I'm saying new people as well, right?
Yeah.
So yes.
Yes, so I'm just saying, our commission, 50% are family members, or people that are dealing with a family member, or actually it could be a consumer themselves, could be on our commission. So that's 50% of it right there. But I agree, and the navigation center is one part of the picture. When you were on we worked together closely on the commission in the past, and we were looking for more housing. And even back then, we were trying to develop, and we got close. We got real close to having a mental health rehabilitation center in place, and it just didn't eventually happen. Money is money, and it's not enough of it.
Well, there was conflict with use of the building and the whole thing. Yeah, there's a lot of different.
So we
things.
worked a lot. We worked on it a lot, and and we still are. And now there's some service providers, and I know you are probably aware of a couple of coming up that are trying to provide some more housing. And so I'm hoping we get more and more. I think this whatever billion-dollar bill that the governor came up with we'll get a little bit of that. It's going to be population percentage of population divided, so
right.
Us being us, but whatever we can get, we need to use it. We need to develop it. The tea houses are full, all the time. There's 17 beds, I believe, and they're full all the time. And then the rest of it, we have to contract out of county to find housing. And most of those people that are around the area, even within 3-hour drive of here, are full most of the time. So it's a big need for all of our consumers of mental health services that are in dire, needy situations to receive the proper help they need. So anyway,
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, I
Much
just want to say
appreciated.
we're all volunteers too.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's
We don't
right.
have a budget.
Thank you.
We
Yeah.
just,
We
we
appreciate it.
volunteer because we care.
Yeah, and we have a very, very dedicated commission, and thank you
Yes.
for leading us.
So should I leave
appreciate-
this on?
Just leave it on. Appreciate, we're going to take
Good.
public comment on this item. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Jim.
thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 42. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Would anyone in the boardroom like to comment on this presentation? All right, seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so this is just a receive and file. So thank you so much for presenting the good work of the commission over this past year and a half, and look forward to your report next year. And thank you very much for your dedication to our community. Appreciate it. All right, let's move on to our next project, and then we'll take a quick bio break after this next item, which is a public hearing, item number 43, Kim.
Item number 43 is a hearing to consider the recommendation of the Planning Commission on the McMahon project to request a general plan amendment from rural residential to low-density residential, rezone from rural land 10 acre to residential estate 5 acre, and tentative parcel map to create 2 parcels of 5 acres in size each from existing 10 acre parcel. Planning Commission recommending the board take the following actions. 1, adopt the mitigated negative declaration. 2, adopt the mitigation monitoring reporting program. 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for general plan amendment GPA 22-0004. And 4, adopt and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance for rezone Z22-0004, rezoning from rural land 10 acres to residential estate 5 acres attachments, and approve the tentative parcel map P 220010 to create 2 parcels of 5 acres and 5 acres in size from an existing 10 acre parcel.
That was a mouthful. Thank you.
Wow, yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and Honorable Board. of
Madam Chair, did you
Supervisor
open the
members.
public hearing?
I believe I did. With that, I will. I should have said.
Oh.
I said we moved on to the public hearing. You're right. I did not officially open it. With that, I opened the public hearing. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair and Honorable Board members. Bianca Dinkler, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. Before you this morning, as mentioned, is a proposed project. It includes a request for a general plan amendment, GPA 22-0004, a rezone, Z22-0004, and a tentative parcel map, P22-0010 for David McMahon. The proposed general plan amendment would amend the current general plan land use designation from rural residential, which has a 10 acre minimum parcel size, to a low density residential, which would allow a 5 acre minimum parcel size. And the proposed rezone would change the current zoning from our rural land 10 acre zone, which requires a 10 acre minimum parcel size, into the residential estate 5 acre zone, which would allow 5 acre minimum parcel size. And the proposed tentative parcel map would create 2 5 acre parcels from the existing 10 acre parcel. Okay. As you can see here, can you go to just the general plan? Yeah. So for the adjacent parcels, you will see that the adjacent parcels have a similar general plan land use designation of rural residential and low density residential. And similarly, the adjacent parcels have the RL10 and RE5 zone district as well. Okay, and then this one. Okay, thank you. Access to the proposed parcels would be from a private driveway from Vista CLO. Each parcel would be served by private well water for potable water and emergency water supply, and would feature private on-site septic systems. And electric service would be provided by connecting to PG&E infrastructure in the area. For environmental review, in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, CEQA, staff prepared a mitigated negative declaration based on the initial study, which is shown in the Legistar as Attachment F. Mitigation measures are included, specifically a mitigation measure Bio 01 and Bio 02 for protection of biological resources. For staff's analysis, staff has determined the proposed project is consistent with the proposed rezone to RE5, would be consistent with the proposed general plan amendment to the low density residential, and consistent with applicable county general plan policies and zoning ordinances as discussed in the findings of the staff report. As for agency comments, the project was distributed to all applicable agencies for review and comments. Comments received have been considered and incorporated as conditions of approval for the project as applicable. For public comments, we did receive one phone call and one email in support of the project, and that was back in February of 2024, which is leads to the next point I was going to make, is the project was considered by our Planning Commission in February, their hearing of February 22nd, 2024, and the Planning Commission voted to recommend and forward a recommendation of approval of this project here to the Board of Supervisors. And that leads to staff's recommendation. Staff is recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, adopt the mitigated negative declaration based on the initial study prepared by staff in accordance with the CEQA guidelines. 2, adopt the mitigation monitoring program in accordance with CEQA guidelines, section 15074D, incorporated as conditions of approval. And 3, approve the general plan amendment GPA 22-004, rezone Z22-004, and the tentative parcel map P22-0010 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as presented. And that concludes staff's presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Bianca. Appreciate you leading us through that. Does our board have any questions for staff? And I'll invite the applicant up. Any questions for staff on this?
Not yet.
Okay. Does the applicant or their agent like to come up? Share any other additional information? Good morning, Bobby.
Good morning, Bobby Lebec with Lebec Engineering. I just wanted to make a couple comments. In the staff report, there's reference to 150-foot non-exclusive ingress egress easement. That's off-site to the north, so it's not along the property frontage. Also on the tentative map, you'll see reference to a proposed easement. When the prior map to the north was created, they built the road and the road easement with a gap. It kind of came over and it had a little gap for the property line. And so I just wanted to make it clear that that gap has been filled and recorded. So the road along the north is existing. And then lastly, just there's reference to Martell Creek. That's way to the southwest, about 0.4 miles to the southwest of this project. So just being clear that Martell Creek doesn't go near the project. So with that, I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Nope.
All right. Thank you,
Okay,
Bobby.
thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. So let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 43. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom who'd like to speak on this? Come on down. Good morning, welcome.
Morning, Board. My name is Mike McLaughlin. My wife and I own the parcel just north on Vistasella, where Mr. McMahon wants to have his the division, and we fully support it. So just want to let you know that.
Thank you so much for
Good.
joining us today and
Good.
Yes.
sharing your support. That's really appreciative.
Okay. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Simple.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else? All right, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good morning.
Morning. Again, this is always awkward to comment on these they seem like simple project, but when I look at the map, I see everything on the left side of Deer Valley is rural general land use isn't it rural? Anyway, it's all one and they're all 10 or more. And it just seems like you're starting a precedent on that side of the road that's going to do creep. And I don't know if that's, I don't know, that was just a thought. And it was also interesting when planning said that it's consistent with the general plan and zoning if it's changed. So that to me doesn't make sense to analyze a project that way because it should be consistent with things that are existing. So I think those were my, and they mentioned some comments, but there were no comments on the Legistar because I was kind of curious how people in the area felt and if all of the area was actually notified. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back. We had a question on notification. Can you provide some clarity on that?
Yeah, I can jump in. This is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. And so the comments that we acknowledged, we were trying to acknowledge that we're in advance of the Planning Commission hearing. We have had no comments since then. And so it was really just, those are on Legistar, the one comment we received, I think, for the Planning Commission item, but we did not hear any comments in advance of the board. So we were just trying to acknowledge that that had occurred. I'll speak to the general plan land use designation. So 2 parcels to the south, there is low density residential on the western side of Deer Valley. And so it's kind of a mix on both sides of the street. And so we did have some conversation at the Planning Commission related to what does this mean and what's the next one in. And at that time, there was public comments from a residing neighbor that was interested in a similar process. And so was kind of learning from that exercise. And then related to how we've the discussion about, we understand and we've made a request, or the applicant has made a request to the Board of Supervisors to change the general plan designation and zoning. So when we're doing that analysis, the project as it were to be approved has to be consistent with the zones and the general plans that it would lie in. We acknowledge that, of course, it wouldn't be with the existing ones because you can't get to that 10 acre size or the 5 acre minimum size in the current general plan designation. So I mean, the request itself is acknowledging the change. And so we have to look forward, if it were to be approved, that the project then is consistent with where it would land.
All right, thank you. Any other board comments or questions? Yeah, and to me, the proposed rezone is consistent with the neighboring parcels along the road, like you mentioned. We're not creating a 5 acre island in the middle of 10 acre parcels, which is, I appreciate the sensitivity to a changing landscape, but it is consistent with what is there. So what is the will of the board?
I will move this item. It's in my district.
Excellent.
I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved by Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Turnbull. Any further comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Bianca and Rob. Appreciate it. So great work. So we've caught up our time. Let's take a brief bio break and then we will come back with our remaining morning items. So thank you so much. And we will now move into items 44 through 47, which will be heard together. But the individual motions will be made on each item when it comes back to the board. So Kim, can you please read items 44 through 47 into the record?
Of course. Item number 44 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of benefit assessment service charges for the zones of benefit within County Service Area 2 for road improvement and maintenance services, and two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual written report. Item number 45 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of benefit assessment service charges for the zones of benefit within County Service Area 9 for providing certain services, including road improvement and maintenance, drainage facility improvement and maintenance, landscape maintenance, street lighting, and/or wetland-related services. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report. Excuse me. Item number 46 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation and Environmental Management Department recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of benefit assessment service charges for the zones of benefit within County Service Area 3 for vector control and snow removal services, and two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report. Item number 47 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of waste management fees, County Service Area 10, and two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the public hearing?
With that, I open the public hearing. Well done, Kim. And good morning, Raphael.
And good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Just here to let you know that Department of Transportation and Environmental Management staff are here to answer any questions you might have regarding any of these four items. So with that said, I'll let you proceed with the hearing.
All right.
All right,
So with
thank you.
that, these are routine in nature. Does the board have any questions on these items?
No.
All right. So let's go ahead and take public comment on items 44 through 47.
Now taking public comment on items 44 through 47. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the board would like to comment on these items? All right, I'm not seeing anyone. Let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
With that, I will bring it back to the board and I will close the public hearing. Any final thoughts or comments? Okay, with that, let's take item number 44 for consideration. What's the will of the board?
Move and approve.
Second.
Okay.
Been moved and approved. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. What is the will of the board on item 45?
Move and approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 46.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Last, item 47.
I'll move to approve.
There you go. I was like waiting for it.
You gotta be quick.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Did you get first and seconds?
I did, but
That's-
every 4 items could be heard like that.
Uh-oh, we're setting a new record.
These
for
require a
ourselves.
public hearing. Otherwise, it could be consent, right? But
Yeah. All right, well done, everyone. That's great.
Okay.
With that, we move on to item number 48, Kim.
Okay.
All right.
Deep breath. Here we go. Item number 48 comes from the Department of Transportation recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign the following resolutions setting for election measures for various zones of benefit within County Service Area 9 for the scheduled election to be held November 5th, 2024. 1, a resolution to consider a special tax increase to provide road improvements and maintenance services in the River Pines Estate Zone of Benefit. 2, a resolution to consider special tax increase to provide road improvement and maintenance services in the Walnut Drive Zone of Benefit. 3, a resolution to consider special tax increase to provide road improvement and maintenance services in the Ryan Ranch Zone of Benefit. 4, a resolution to consider a special tax increase to provide road improvement and maintenance services in the Pilot View Zone of Benefit. 5, a resolution to consider a special tax increase to provide road improvement and maintenance services in the King of Mountain Zone of Benefit. 6, a resolution to consider a special tax increase to provide road, drainage, and landscape maintenance services in the Blanchard Estates Zone of Benefit. 7, a resolution to consider a special tax increase to provide drainage, street lighting, landscaping, maintenance, and wetland-related services in the Emerald Meadows Zone of Benefit. 8, a resolution to consider a special tax increase to provide drainage maintenance services in the Calvary Meadows Zone of Benefit. And 9, a resolution to consider a special tax increase to provide drainage maintenance services in the Sundown Estates Zone of Benefit.
You were getting a workout today.
Wow.
That was a
Do you need some water?
And I'm sorry, Supervisor Thomas, can you open the public hearing?
Yeah, so with that, I open the public hearing. Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors and Chair Thomas. Kim obviously did a fantastic
She
job.
did.
I feel like she's probably speaking more today than I need to. So we are here to answer any questions you may have. Before you, we have the 9 zones that we're requesting to have measures on the November ballot. And 7 of them have been requested by advisory committees. So
Excellent.
the other
Good.
2 are just drainage zones. They do not have an advisory committee. The department just identified that they are going to require an additional special tax amount if they're going to be able to afford the services and the program costs. So
Right.
That's really a helpful explanation. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right. Any further questions or
I
comments? from the
do
board?
have a
Go ahead.
question, and that's if they don't pass and there's not sufficient funds to maintain the roads, as we've had that discussion at LAFCO and various other places, what is it the county is supposed to do to try to maintain public safety in areas where the roads are deteriorated and are not maintained?
well, I am going to definitely lean back on Mr. Livingston, I'm sure, but overall, we would seek the board's direction. That is the
Okay.
program's responsibility. The department would come back to you. For instance, on the 2 zones that are drainage zones,
Yep.
if those measures fail, I have promised to return to you at a later time to seek your direction, because the board can move to dissolve a zone of benefit if they do not maintain enough funding to afford the services they require and the program costs. So again, if it is with the other zones that are road zones with committees, oftentimes the advisory committees will meet with the residents again and attempt to try and find another negotiated path forward, if you will. So we definitely try to work hand in hand with our advisory committees should they have a failed measure to try and help them on the subsequent requests they may submit.
Yeah, because I think a couple of them said in the narrative that this was their second go at it,
Yeah.
which I
Yeah.
really appreciate that. You know, these zones of benefit are recognizing that costs have increased and those little tiny fees that they had years ago just aren't getting, the whole purpose of having the zone of benefit is so they can have a higher level of service. So it is good to see, and we've had several elections, I think, over the last couple of years. Well, especially since you guys have restructured and kind of reorganized the program itself, I think it's really given the residents their, you know, what they needed to understand why we have these. And then we did have one dissolve. So, so they're, you know, they're understanding their options, which is really good to see. So thank you for your support of the residents that choose to go this path.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well said.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to piggyback on that, what Lori said. A lot of it is some of these zones, they collect a lot of fees. And then there are some zones that don't a little bit, where there's not enough money to be able to even fix any of this at all. So they need to step back a little bit and look at it, because its costs are increased so much. And especially when they want to improve the roads, they have to look at that. So
And some of the roads are very nice. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
there are some
Right.
that they do pay the higher amount and they do have very nice roads. So you
Yeah.
gotta choose.
Exactly.
So dissolution, if that's necessary, since we went through it recently, does that require LAFCO engagement or not?
Technically, I let them know
Okay,
But
notification only.
that's it. Yep.
Okay,
I
all right.
definitely work closely with Miss Erica, who just returned to LAFCO.
Yes.
And former supervisor Shiva. So,
Yep.
definitely we keep them in the loop with all of our actions.
Perfect. Excellent.
So
Thank you.
some of the things with especially the ditches need to be cleaned and the maintenance and everything. Any feedback from Fish and Game? Seems like I know our county's had a lot of issues with that. So is there anything on this?
I have had none of that rise to a
Okay, well,
concern
that's
with the
good.
zones at
It's
this
good
time.
news.
All right. With that, let's take public comment on this item. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Now taking public comment on item number 48. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. 3 minutes, Raphael. Just
3
kidding.
minutes.
Just kidding.
You're gonna have to keep me to that one, I keep on going. Actually, all I wanted to do was echo on something that the supervisors had mentioned. Ever since the Department of Transportation had taken over ZOBs at about 4 to 5 years ago, we restructured and we made a lot of changes. But one of the biggest things that we did was the communication, and I attribute that wholeheartedly to Elizabeth Hess. She has done a fabulous job, not only educating them on the policies, procedures, program itself, but enlightening them on what their options are, on what other zones have to pay and what they're paying in comparisons, and that they're not the only ones seeing the price increases. We are as well, DOT. And so and that this is the realm that we're in. And because of that, the communication's been so much better. The atmosphere has been so much better. The collaboration between the department, the county, and the zone program has been so much better. And once again, I want to thank Elizabeth for that. She has been the success behind our zone program. So that's all.
Thank you, Raphael. And I apologize that I didn't afford you an opportunity to speak before I opened public comment.
No
You are
worries,
always
none at all.
welcome.
No, you want to limit me as much as possible.
That's right.
Where's that timer?
Thank you, Raphael. And I do have to say that prior to Elizabeth's engagement, we were getting zone benefits were a real challenge. And we were getting a lot of complaints that Karen was having to deal with. And we haven't had any over the last year and a half, 2 years. And so well done. I mean, I echo Raphael's sentiments. So thank you.
Yeah.
And for the good of our residents, in helping them tackle their maintenance issues. And so it's a win-win. Excellent. Great. Let's take public comment online.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
I just wanted to let you know on this item that Raphael took my words right out of my mouth. He obviously, I'm glad he came up and had an opportunity to express what I believe also is the critical part. It's the communications. And when you have staff that understands how to do that, that is so important in the final results. And so Raphael, thank you very much. And thank you and staff for the work that you're doing on these items. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks for your accolades. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. With that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action. What is the will of the
Move and
board?
approve.
Second.
All right. It's been moved and approved. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So thank you so much, Elizabeth and Raphael. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. So with that, we only have one more item on this morning's docket, which is item number 38, Kim.
Item number 38 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation designating June 13th through 16th, 2024 as El Dorado County Fair Week, and 2, encourage members of the community to attend the ribbon cutting ceremony for the opening of the El Dorado County Fair on Thursday, June 13th, 2024, promptly at 11:45 at the El Dorado County Fairgrounds.
All right. And this is one of our recognized proclamations that we read every year because we recognize that the El Dorado County Fair is a beloved part of our tradition of our county. So with that, we offer this proclamation proclaiming June 13th through 16th, 2024 as El Dorado County Fair Week. Whereas the 2024 theme for the El Dorado County Fair is Barrows, Boots, and Bling. And whereas the El Dorado County Fair is a vital part of our community since the first fair in 1859, offering an opportunity to showcase the myriad talents and industry of our citizens of all ages, particularly the youth involved in agricultural and livestock programs. And whereas the El Dorado County Fair continues to encourage participation and recognition of the diverse accomplishments of the county's youth through an innovative partnership with the El Dorado County Office of Education, Future Farmers of America, Local Grange, University of California Cooperative Extension, and the Fair Association. And whereas the El Dorado County Fair enriches the public's knowledge of the world around them through educational exhibits such as the El Dorado County Historical Museum, El Dorado County Master Food Preservers, wool spinning demonstrations, the Junior Livestock Auction, and egg-related featured booths, and the many demonstrations given by master gardeners. And whereas the El Dorado County Fair fosters increased cultural awareness and appreciation of the arts by providing a venue for the exhibition of dance, music, art, and photography. And whereas some of the highlights for this year's fair to be enjoyed by you and your families include the wheelbarrow races, Rubicon Jeep Jamboree Challenge, carnival rides, of course, Wild About Monkeys, that's new this year, I think, and FMX Motocross, Truck and Tractor Pulls, Father's Day Lookalike Contest, pageants for Miss El Dorado and El Dorado Rose, Pee Wee Rodeo, Mutton Busting, Circus Imagination, game shows, Junior Livestock Auction, and contests, blacksmith demos, and more.
Funnel cakes.
Funnel cakes, love that, and corn dogs. You gotta love the corn dogs. Now we're at
Well, there's
liberty.
tacos, there's tacos too. I mean, tacos.
Fair without the tacos. There we go.
Tacos.
Yeah,
So-
Lori and I brought a bunch back.
Love those. So with that now, therefore be it proclaimed that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors urges all citizens to participate in the many activities offered at this year's Barrows Boots and Bling at 100 Placerville Drive on June 13th through Father's Day, June 16th. The Board of Supervisors extends its thanks to the many volunteers whose dedication is an essential part of the success of our annual county fair, and best wishes to the Board of Directors and staff for another successful El Dorado County Fair, passed and adopted this day.
Wendy, very well put.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you. Well,
Nice.
I think Karen wrote it, so I'd like to give it a shout out to Karen.
But in one word, fun.
It is fun,
And we
isn't it?
need more of that in our society.
do.
Have a good time.
Good family fun. and
Exactly.
fun community.
Family fun. I like that
Family
even
fun
better.
community.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm feeling better just talking about it. All right, so let's take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 38. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Won't see anyone in here, so.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Welcome back, Chris.
Just quickly, board, I just wanted to point it out, the second part of this item, which is encouraging members of the community to attend the ribbon cutting ceremony for the opening of the fair on Thursday, June 13th, promptly at 11:45 at the El Dorado County Fairgrounds, Placerville Drive Gate, located at 100 Placerville Drive in Placerville. The reason why I want to identify this is because this is the gatehouse where the El Dorado County Historical Society, which I'm a board member, we presented to the Fair Board in one of their agendas, the Preservation Award for this year. So this is the gatehouse that is beautiful now, and I just wanted to emphasize that for the public to please consider that as they come to the ribbon cutting. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so with that, we'll bring it back to the board, and I'd like to move approval of this proclamation.
Very good. Second.
All right, all those in favor? say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously and look forward to seeing everyone and their families at the fair this week.
And we should encourage riding the shuttle so you don't get
There you go.
compounded
Yep.
by all the
Right.
parking and stuff.
That's right.
Because El Dorado Transit's offering shuttle service on a regular basis from a number of different areas. So
And that
tune
works
in.
really well.
It does. It
Yeah,
makes
I
it
used
easy.
I
Makes
used it
it easy.
last year a couple of times and it was
Yep.
great.
Yes.
I mean, very
Right.
consistent.
They have it
so,
down.
Yeah,
Thank you
it's
for
very
that.
The
good.
El Dorado Transit, all you have to do is go on their website and
Mhm.
it shows a map where all the different locations they're going to pick up people.
Great, thank you for that. Excellent.
Very good.
All right. So with that, we're done with our morning items. Do we want to tackle a closed session item? What is county council's recommendation?
Well, unfortunately, at least for the existing litigation item that's on there, our outside counsel is not available until the afternoon.
Okay.
So
And item number 51? Probably not ready yet.
Not ready.
Okay.
Darn.
Wow.
Okay.
So with that, we'll break for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock.
Very good.
Excellent.
good.
So see you this afternoon.
That's like it.
Good afternoon, El Dorado County. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We're glad to welcome you to this afternoon's budget presentation, especially. We have other things going on the agenda, but the big news is the budget. But before that, we'll move into our open forum portion of our meeting. So Kim, can you please open forum?
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone who'd like to speak on open forum? Come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What happened to the clock?
Oh, right there. Yeah, we've
There
been
used to
playing
be a
with
big
it.
one here.
I know.
It's been replaced.
Didn't work real well.
So I'm Larry Rolla from the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Coalition. I'm here today to talk about the Texas Hill Reservoir. We have a 30-day public comment period which has expired. And for a project this size, I don't think that's sufficient. I don't know how the county came up with 30 days. So what I'm asking for is that we grant an additional 60 days for the public to provide their comments. I'm a little puzzled as to why we're rezoning EID parcels from open space to residential. To me, that means the county is abandoning the reservoir altogether and is looking to sell the parcels. And so I think we need to come clean on what the intent is of that project. If we're walking away from it, fine. Let's just be transparent about it. The projection in the EIR stated 80 new single-family homes and 10 ADUs. With 120 parcels being rezoned, I don't know how we came up with the 80 new homes and 10 ADUs. The math just isn't working for me. Based on independent figures, the number could be far greater when you consider a single-family home, an ADU, a junior ADU, and potentially a mobile home on that parcel. So I'm not sure how we came up with the 80 single family homes. The traffic impact and water were not part of the draft EIR at all. These are the number 1 and number 2 concerns, issues in the county. Excluding them from the EIR is either a negligent oversight or a deliberate exclusion, is the way I see it. We needed a realistic estimate on the build out of this property and traffic impacts it will have on the surrounding area so that we can better understand what this project will do. And then in closing, you wonder why the American people they don't trust the elected officials. I think this is a good example of, I feel like, that there's something being hidden from us. And I think we need total transparency on this so that we can better understand what it's going to have, the impact it's going to have on the local residents. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Larry. Any other comments for public comment? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I didn't plan on that being one of my topics, but I had asked in consent calendar what that project was and was told they were just the houses that were there were wanting to put ADUs. And from what he's saying, it's a whole nother project. So I think we're being misled, or I was misled during that consent item. So what I ran down here is I'd like to pass these out. There's 2 different things that I wanted to share. I just want to comment on the broader discussion of what happened today with the Deer Valley, Kanaka Valley, not the project, but just the broader discussion. Basically, the general plan amendment and rezone, because this was an island within a rural region, if you can see by the picture. And it needs to have a broader discussion, because what you've done is open that up to, now it's all the neighbors want to do the same thing. So I think rather than piecemealing that area, I think you need to, if you're going to start changing all that, it needs to be a more comprehensive thing that you bring the community together and have like I said, the broader discussion so that the entire community can get ahead of mitigating the overall impacts instead of just all of these being piecemealed. So I would encourage that being looked at. The other thing that I handed out, I was looking through the old Dixon Ranch CEQA findings and such. And I know it's been brought forward to the board several times. If we don't put all these road projects in the capital improvement plan, then the developers aren't required to do that. And that has requiring a developer to provide the infrastructure has nothing to do with the CIP plan. And they have to be really embedded in your head that those are two separate items. There's so many things in the transportation element of the general plan that require the developer to facilitate that infrastructure. And Measure E is the bullet that says, and if you can't do it, you can't improve these projects. So this is actually from the county's words that they put in here where it said, and I highlighted, notably, if an improvement is not included in the 10-year capital improvement program, CIP, at the time the first building permit is issued for this project, the project applicant is required to construct the improvement, thereby ensuring that the required improvements will be constructed in a timely fashion. So acknowledge that. I've formally told the board this. Please don't reiterate that if it's not in the capital improvement plan, they don't have to do it, because that's not true. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Good afternoon.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I'm addressing a response from former Planning Commissioner and Taxpayers President Chris Payne that was addressed to the Board of Supervisors. His reply further exemplifies proof of his instability, Democrat political ideology, and inability to abide by the law. It is insanity for Mr. Payne to even suggest that I apologize for the exercise of my First Amendment rights and exposing the works of darkness to the light of truth. It is Chris, not I, who continues to violate the law with reckless abandon. Mr. Payne's libelous and inappropriate conduct is precisely what is grinding America down. As a reminder, the TPA bylaws clearly state that the directors are required to abide by all local, state, and federal laws, no exceptions. It is a fact that Chris has colluded with other public officials to harass, censor, threaten, discriminate, libel, slander, and persistently engage in the defamation of my good name and reputation in retaliation for whistleblowing about government corruption. By law, human resources cannot respond publicly to personnel matters. However, it is my civic and moral duty to exercise my First Amendment right to publicly address these issues and demand that government representatives take appropriate action to discipline and/or dismiss those who abuse the public trust and violate their oaths of office. Notification of legal responsibility is the first essential of due process of law. Formal complaints supported by unrebutted notarized affidavits containing truth, facts, valid evidence, and law were filed against Chris Payne, Todd White, and Andy Nevis for depriving me the blessings of freedom. My complaints, based upon the authority of the Constitution and Bill of Rights, have been entered into the public record. As stipulated, Mr. Payne's failure to respond to any of the claims and averments with which he disagreed within 14 days by submitting his own notarized affidavit using truth, facts, valid evidence, and law constitutes his irrevocable admission to all of the claims and averments. An unrebutted affidavit stands as truth before any court of law in America. Under SB 807, California law requires that such documented complaints must be investigated and retained in the employee's personnel file for a minimum of 4 years. In the event of a lawsuit, an employer may be required to reproduce these records. With regard to documents addressing the dishonesty of TPA directors, EDC public representatives Andy Nevis had no lawful authority to conspire with other public officials under the color of law to deprive me of First Amendment rights. Thus far, Andy Nevis has failed to appropriately respond to 2 affidavits, thus he admits to all claims and averments. Lastly, the public is entitled to honest services. I have zero tolerance for dishonesty, such as Mr. Payne and other.
Thanks for your comments.
Continue to demonstrate.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Joanne.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for hearing us today. I'm I'm wanting to speak on the Texas Hill rezone proposal. I have sent a comment letter to the EID to the county and to yourselves. And I believe District 3 Supervisor has my comment. My name is Joanne Helvig. So I'm not going to want to reiterate everything that Larry said, but we are very concerned that the proposal for the Texas Hill area substantially understates the development potential of the area. We have not been given the numbers by acreage, and it's my understanding, based on 2 independent assessments from planners and professionals, that as much as up to 800 to 900 units can be built in this area. The 800 to 900 units does not include any additional units that the take line parcel owners might want to build, or the area is slated for agricultural rezoning. So it's a substantial potential. And as you know, if a developer comes in and requests a variance on the zoning, we could be looking at a lot more. So I know the county has slated this as, oh, we're just going to go ahead and rezone this the way that it was before, but it's really not that simple, because when it was rezoned residential in the 1960s, it was a very different place. Now we have roads in place and we have an infrastructure that cannot handle an influx of this sort. So we believe that not only does the preliminary assessment substantially understate the development potential, but substantially understates the significant issues, the traffic and transportation issues, the hydrology issues on this well-dependent area, the wildfire risk, especially after Paradise. We know that Placerville has been compared to Paradise, and that we are in a very high wildfire zone. Also, the geology and the soils issue. The other thing that I wanted to note is the air quality is already not in compliance with federal standards due to the quarry, and any further disruptions due to development could really bring us over the top. So we also, I want to point out that the important biological corridor is in this area. It's part of the canyon, the Weber Creek Canyon. So I urge you, please, to take a second look at this.
Thank you for your comments, Joanne.
Thank you.
I appreciate them. Appreciate you calling in.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett, Cochon, Pollock Pines. Just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their generous donation to the Highway 50 Association. On Saturday, there was the 75th very successful conclusion of the trek from Nevada to Placerville. It was such a community endeavor. A shout out to the Placerville City Council and individual members of the council that funded 3 additional wagons, to the Highway Patrol that continued its escort to ensure the safety and donates a lot of time for that, to the Placerville PD, Public Works Department, Community Service Department, all of whom collaborated and donated time to assist the wagon train to arrive around 3:30 to a celebration that included antique vendors organized by Placerville Antiques, a country band, J.B. Barton, a blues band, Rough Cut, and an indigenous band, Solamente. This event was like double the size of last year in terms of the wagons, the music, and then the historical portion coordinated by the Golden History Association, assisted by Buried History, the Red Paint Collective, El Dorado Historical Society, Western Rail, the U.S. China Friendship Railroad Association, Save the Graves, the Gold Rush Chorus, the Serapika Dancers, and Placerville Hardware with their traditional gold panning. It truly was, as stated in a resolution by our senator, a community enrichment event and an historic milestone. So again, thank you, board, for your continuous support. Thank you to the entire community. So many happy faces, and above all, happy children building a memory so that we can anticipate, some of us, a 100th anniversary. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments and congratulations on a successful event.
Now taking public comment from Scott Herring.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Scott from Georgetown Airport. I've been asking for a lease for at least 4 years. A lease was finally created by your legal department. It went in front of the airport committee in February. It's ready to go in front of you folks. The CAO asked for more time to review it. They don't really understand a lot of the aviation terms. I don't really expect them to know everything about aviation, but I'm at a point now where this is keeping me from expansion. We're ready to hire 4 full-time employees. And these aren't minimum wage. These are really good aerospace jobs with full benefits and retirement packages. And basically this lease that seems to never end up in front of you folks for a vote. I have no updates on when it's on the agenda. It's just, I'm in this permanent limbo. It is so difficult to run a business with this type of thing. What's really frustrating is I could walk into an office at any other airport, Yuba County, and I'd have a lease in 2 weeks. This is not a big deal. This just seems to be stuck in staff. If there's anything you can do to get the thing in front of you and take a vote, we can make some business decisions. I have some great ideas and improvement and big plans for another factory. This is one of 4 leases to come in front of you, and then new construction, and we just could never get it to go. So thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Oh, what time? It just tuned in. Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from out here at the Triple Junction. Heard the kudos for the wagon train, and I must double up on every one of the comments. It was a great event this year. Good friend of mine, sadly, his horse got ill because he mixed up the feed or something, and which is another reason for me to not own a horse, that's for sure. But anyway, regardless, yes, the attendance was good. And thanks to the police department, especially, turns out the guy doing the thing for the police department has driven a freight wagon before. So he had some personal experience that helped, I think, get them through town a little smoother than in times past. So that was kind of an interesting side. One thing I was a little disappointed with was the no end of the trail. So when they got down to the cinema, in years past, we had a farmer's market there. People had booths. There was food and this and that and the other thing. And that's something maybe to think about in the future. We do miss the old, they used to have a square dance, if you recall, at the fairgrounds as the official end of the trail. But also looking at the people, looks on the people's faces and stuff like that, maybe they were ready to go home. And the horses looked a little tired too. But anyway, what's the name of that? WTF. Yes, WTF. still waiting, hoping that we can get a urgency ordinance on a fall over setback. I see that they're putting up more towers these days in the bottom of a valley instead of the top of the hill. But hopefully this ordinance is on its way and that we can get those sorts of things incorporated into the ordinance as soon as possible. Particularly, like I said, fall over setbacks, but also the 1 mile radius for the notification, because that is the 1 mile service zone or whatever they call it, area of best impact. Those are the people that should know about this and have a proper notice to input on the public hearing. Thank you very much and stay cool.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Jason Brand.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, this is Jason. I'm chair of the Airport Advisory Committee for El Dorado County. You know, there's actually two things I guess really I wanted to kind of mention to you guys today. One, you know, listening to Scott talk there, that's right. You know, we did approve the lease that was I guess negotiated or was under negotiation back in February. I think it was scheduled to go to you guys before sometime in March. Sounds like it didn't happen. If the CAO, you know, really does have some questions, you know, really more than happy to have the CAO reach out to us. We can certainly, you know, help maybe clarify some misunderstandings or, you know, get them in touch with either people at the FAA or some other national organizations like AOP or whatever to be able to clear up any of these misunderstandings or you know, kind of get the context under which we had approved that lease for Scott. So anyway, so I want to make it clear that, yeah, please, CAO, you know, reach out to us. We're ready to help, right? I did get an email from Jennifer about some other stuff, so I'm excited about that. The other item relative to the Texas Hill development, I did submit a letter to the email that was provided for feedback into that the EIR. You know, I want to make it clear that about half of that development kind of falls under the path of the Placerville Airport, the traffic pattern specifically. And so it's going to be really important that you know, any decision around that Texas Hill really needs to include, I think, the Airport Advisory Committee into serious consideration. So anyway, that's all I got for you today. Thank you.
Thank you for your insights. Appreciate that.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you all. We appreciate you engaging with us. There were many comments on the Texas Hill project, and Larry, I'd just like you to know that I have ongoing questions about that project, and so I'll circle back around with you on your request. I'll reach out to staff and circle back around with you on that. There, just like a reminder that the Board of Supervisors has no authority or tie-in with the Taxpayers Association. That's an autonomous entity, so want to make that very clear. And then there was questions about the lease out in Georgetown. So I don't know if you want
I just have a little bit of insight on that is, yeah, you know, I get it. There has been frustration over the years on many ends of that issue. But I have been pretty engaged in it the last couple months. And my recollection, Scott, I'll circle back with you, but you and I had a conversation and I had asked you to help me out with a little spreadsheet and some data. And I had told staff that I was expecting that from you. And so I think maybe I dropped the ball and didn't follow up or something like that, but I'll follow up and see if I can get that because it was going to help us bring that item. So sorry about that if I didn't follow up, but that was my recollection of our last conversation. So just wanted to let everybody know I may have forgotten to follow up after our last talk. It happened. So I will do that.
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Parlin. And does CAO's office have any additional comments?
Just a reminder to everyone that
airports and cemeteries will be moving into the CAO's office effective July 1. So there's a bit of a transitional period occurring right now, even though it's not fully under the CAO's office. Jennifer Franich, our deputy CAO, has begun engaging in those conversations. And I heard one of the speakers mention that he had had a conversation. Jennifer has had meetings with, or a meeting with Mr. Harrington to discuss. So we certainly understand that it's been slow moving. We're hoping to break that free soon. So we're working on that. And then just regarding the comments on Texas Hill, just a process reminder, this is currently in the notice of preparation phase for the EIR. So that period has closed, but there'll be a public meeting to receive additional input.
Great.
And then there will be opportunity for additional public input once the draft EIR is available. So just
perfect
throwing that out
All
there.
right.
And
Thank
that's
you
all
so much.
available on our planning's website, which
Excellent.
is get much better.
All right. Great. Well, thank you for those updates. Much appreciated. All right. So with that, let's move on to item number 49, our hearing on the budget, recommended budget.
Item number 49 is a hearing from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, open the budget hearing and receive a budget presentation on the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget. 2, approve the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget. 3, approve the fiscal year 24-25 allocations for the Arts and Culture, El Dorado, and the City of Placerville Aquatic Center. 4, direct staff to include an allocation of $109,200 to the El Dorado Hills County Water District for the Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund. 5, authorize the Chief Administrative Office Facilities Division and the Department of Transportation to proceed with the capital projects and roadwork plans. 6, approve the fixed asset listing. 7, authorize the Human Resources Department to proceed with filling new positions outlined in the recommended budget. 8, approve the fiscal year 24-25 risk general liability and workers' compensation charges. And 9, upon the approval of the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget, direct the Chief Administrative Office to return no later than June 30th, 2024, with a recommendation to adopt fiscal year 24-25 authorized personnel allocation resolution.
All right. Well, this is certainly a momentous occasion that has gotten us
Sorry,
to this
Supervisor
point.
Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
Yes, I was just going to do that. I look forward to opening the public hearing on that and look forward to our staff, our CEO staff, walking us through this presentation.
Good afternoon, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. And as you can see with our whole budget team here, with the exception of Jeanette Salmon, who's back in the office listening and taking notes for us. So
Excellent.
just a shout out to this team. They're here if we have any questions that I can't answer, which there likely will be.
Perfect. And you might bring that microphone a little closer. It is not a real robust microphone. We want to make sure everyone captures the meat of today's
right.
presentation.
So here's our agenda for today. We'll again review the legal requirements for the budget. We'll talk about the numbers at a high level. We'll talk about what is and what is not in the budget, especially with regard to board policies and priorities. We'll talk about challenges ahead, next steps in the process, then hopefully we'll take action today. So you can go ahead to the next slide, thanks. By law, as we discussed back in April, just a reminder, at all times, we have to have a balanced budget. So the revenues and the appropriations have to match. And so when we want to see that 0 at the bottom when we look at that. So requirement by law, it's never really a question of, are we going to balance the budget? It's just how. So, and then a little bit further, so we are required to have a budget hearing, a public hearing to adopt the budget. We've opened that today. If the board so choose, you could extend that up to 14 days. I don't anticipate having the need to do that. Any adoption of the budget at this point takes a 3/5 vote of the board. When we get to the adopted budget in September, that's a 4/5 vote, or any changes after the close of the public hearing take a 4/5 vote. Next slide. And now we'll get into the summary. So I think you've seen this little chart before, kind of starting high level and then filtering down to net county costs. If we look at our total appropriations overall, we're just under $1.2 billion. I'm still not used to that B word. It's been the last couple of years now. That is a 5% reduction from the adopted budget. And as you see in that right column, most of those changes are decreases. And that really just has to do with the fact that we're comparing the recommended budget, where we don't have all the year-end numbers and we have fairly conservative assumptions, as opposed to the adopted budget, when we make adjustments based on the year-end close and knowing our final property tax numbers. So in general, as we go through this, you're just going to notice that our numbers are a little lower than, than it looks like we're decreasing from last year. So governmental funds, so taking out the special revenue funds and the enterprise funds such as risk and fleet, were about 1.03 billion. If we look at just the general fund, so the discretionary portion, 416 million. And net county costs. So this is truly the operating needs of the county that are funded through the general fund, $198 million. And that is up a little bit. And again, that gets back to those conservative revenue assumptions that we've got going into recommended budget. Into appropriations by expenditure class. So you'll see salary and benefits increasing about 7%. I do want to point out that the majority of that is not actually due to employee salaries. It is,
unfortunately,
right, unfortunately. $3 million increase in health insurance premium costs, almost $6 million in retirement costs, $5.8 million in workers' compensation premiums, because that premium hits up in that salaries and benefits section. And then, so it's really only about $7.4 million in actual salaries for employees. Services and supplies, you'll see is going up slightly. Actually, that's mostly in construction and DOT, because again, this chart is across all funds. So that's going to include capital projects in DOT. Fixed assets, the general or the costs of that are declining by 16%. A lot of that has to do with part of that's the decrease in parks, which we'll talk about later, reduction in fixed assets in the sheriff's office, and then also capital changes to the capital work plan. Transfers decreasing, so that's our interfund and operating transfers. A lot of that is due to the fact that the transfer from the sheriff's office for their grant funding into the cumulative capital outlay fund happened last year. So that was a large chunk. So we just don't see that budgeted this year because that funding is now moved over to the ACO fund since that project is underway. Contingencies, this is again across all funds. So this is not a reflection of a general fund contingency declining. It actually is mostly to do with the community corrections partnership. We have not the board has not approved their budget yet. And so you'll see that adjusted for, when that comes back. That's about $8 million. My glasses on, so really small. The additions to reserves and designations, you'll see that's declining quite a bit because as we'll discuss a little bit later, we, especially for the capital program or the capital designation, we wait to add to some of those designations until adopted budget when the books have closed and we know what kind of fund balance we have. So you generally see that number being lower in recommended than it is in adopted. So overall, total appropriations across all funds for governmental funds is declining 7%. Questions on that? Okay. Appropriations by functional group. So this doesn't include our non-departmental or Department 15 or ACO fund or any of that. We're trying to show you really the operational costs by functional group. And this is just appropriations. So you can see land use and development services about 30%, law and justice about a quarter, general government just over 10%, and health and human services 35.1%. So again, that's total appropriations. Now we go to our next slide and we'll look at net county costs by functional group, and you see things flip quite a bit, right? Our health and human services comes down to only about just under 9%. That is because while they are a large agency with a lot of programs and a lot of staff, most of that is funded through state and federal funding. And so their net county costs, their use of the general fund is low in relation to the rest of the budget. General government, these are our a lot of our core mandated services that we have to do. And so those really rely on those discretionary revenues. There's not really grant funding or other opportunities to fund those. So just under 30% there. Again, law and justice, that comes to a lot of our core mandates that we have as a county to provide. And so that, you know, that group is about just under 60%. And then we've got land use. So again, that's heavily fee supported and outside revenues such as the road fund. So their net county cost is quite a bit smaller than their total appropriations. We'll move on to next. And so just to kind of further drive that home, those two tables next to each other, you can see how the total appropriations is very different from the net county cost if you break that out by functional group. Okay, now we'll move on to what is and is not included in the budget. Here's our famous property tax slide that always makes us feel like we're really, really good at projecting revenue. And again, the reason for that is the reason why the actual and the projected lines are so close is because this is comparing to the adopted budget. When we get to the adopted budget and we adjust those, we know exactly what that's going to be. Well, almost exactly. We know the total value of the assessment roll, so we know what will be billed, and we know that we have a very high collection rate, something like 98 or 99%. So we're always, you know, once we see the adopted budget, we're able to adjust that revenue projection, and it usually comes in right there. And so we are projecting 3.5% growth for property tax. And again, this is our biggest discretionary revenue. This is, you know, the heart of our general fund, really. And just to compare it to prior years, we've been talking about revenue slowing or flattening. So last year, the roll closed at 6.37%. The year before that, it was 7%. So, and we're projecting 3.5%. We do have some initial information from the assessor that that's likely to come in a little bit higher, but it's not looking like it's going to come in as high as last year. So we are seeing that sort of downward trend in the growth. Again, not a decline in the overall revenue, a slowing of the growth. And move on to that. Sales and use tax revenue. This is always that fun chart. We get to show the big COVID dip that we had in our in our projection. There were a number of factors over the years that had made sales and use tax difficult to predict. There was a lot of uncertainty and change with the state agencies that allocate the tax, as well as the way that some tax is reported. And so now I think we're finally, for better or for worse, getting to a point where it's easier to project. The bad news is that due to the way that online sales are now being reported, we're seeing that really flatten. So we're not going to see, you know, those big growth changes that we saw kind of there in the early 2020s. It really is leveling out. And so we are projecting 2% growth this year, which is based on a projection by Hinderleiter Delamis, who is our sales and use tax consultant. Okay, now this I'll have to read off Emma's screen. So board budget policies that are included in the budget. And we went over this a little bit in April when we do our review of all the policies. So of course, our general fund contingency is fully funded at the policy level of 3% of total adjusted general fund appropriations. And that's $7.85 million. Our general reserve is also funded at 5% with $13 million. Our pension funding meets our policy based on the current actuarial report. So we look at 2 years of projected increases, and we try to set aside 2 years of those in the fund for use. Our discretionary transient occupancy tax, or DTOT, is budgeted as directed in April. And our policy on providing discretionary funding to road maintenance, we are exceeding that actually. So the board policy goal is $5 million per year, and recommended budget includes a little over $7 million in tried and discretionary transient occupancy tax for that purpose. Okay, what's not included yet? We hope to say. So the designation for IT infrastructure. So this is a fairly new policy goal that was added last year,
I believe. The goal is to estimate about 3 years of needs to invest in IT infrastructure. We have estimated that at about $500,000 a year, so we would need 1.5 million. We've got a third of that in the recommended budget, so we're maintaining $500,000 in that designation. Our disaster expenses designation, this was also a new goal that was added, and it was really to reflect what we had been doing. So early on with the Caldor fire, we had set aside $5 million for that. And that was kind of the number we picked for that policy designation. We are reviewing that number. We're not sure that we need the whole 5 million based on what we've been looking at. But at any rate, right now we have $1.3 million there. So we are short of the policy as written, but we anticipate that potentially next April, we might come back with, for a discussion about whether that should be adjusted. And then our capital projects designation, our goal there is to add $6 million to that each year. The recommended budget does not include that. Typically, we add that in at the adopted budget once the books close and we have our year-end fund balance. But just note that that's an area of concern for us, as we've discussed several times. We have, due to inflationary factors and projects coming in higher than anticipated, we have spent that designation down to about 2.4 million, or project to end the year with about 2.4 million as it currently stands. Okay. Other board priorities included in the budget. These are also in the kind of the memo and the summary of the budget, but the mosquito bridge, which is a big number that you see in some of these numbers, like the increase in appropriations for supplies and services, had to do partly with that bridge. $1.4 million for phase 1 of the Weber Creek project. This is an Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience project. $24 million in state and federal funding for homelessness programs. $66 million of accumulative capital outlay work plan, ACO work plan. And that includes the Placerville Jail expansion project. But also, I mean, that represents a huge amount of work of our facilities folks in trying to keep our county facilities maintained and up and running. $75,000 in discretionary TOT for the Arts and Culture El Dorado contract as directed in April. $37,500 for the Placerville pool, using 23-24 savings from community funding. So both of those actions, back in April, there was a $75,000 that was identified by planning and building that they wouldn't need in DTOT. And there was $37,500 left in the board's community funding fund. And so when we had the list of discretionary programs that we were looking at, you all directed that we redirect those funds to these programs. And so that's what we've come up with, is the $75,000 seems like an appropriate use of TOT for the arts and culture contract. It wouldn't have been made sense for the Placerville pool because that's not necessarily a tourism attraction. And then the community funding was a good fit for the Placerville pool. So that's what we're able to include there.
Before you go on, Sue, I just want to clarify and highlight that the first 3 items, the 30 million for the mosquito bridge, 1.4 from Weber Creek project, and 24 million for homelessness programs, those are all grant funded projects. Those are not discretionary revenue that we are directing toward the mosquito bridge and homelessness and the Weber Creek project. I just want to really hit that home for our community, because they might say, that's a ton of money. Why aren't you doing this?
Really, really excellent. Good point. And I do want to point out that the 30 million, that's just a portion of the cost of that bridge. Same with the Weber Creek project. That's overall a $24 million project with a very tiny, about $1.2 million county match associated with that.
And there's
So
no
good
match for the
leveraging.
mosquito bridge. That's 100% funded from grants. So, okay, I just want to drive that home. Thank you.
Okay. So the other discretionary programs that we brought in April for you to consider, one of them was the ERAF equivalent amount to the El Dorado Hills County Water District, also known as the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. And this was associated with the annexation of the El Dorado Hills Fire Department in 2014. So we've had a discussion with the chief, and we've
talked about maybe moving the discussion of that from that April board meeting to the adopted budget for a few reasons. When we get to the adopted budget, we already will have this number calculated. So when we come in April and we're talking about this, we're kind of projecting that number. So if we wait until the fall, we already know what that number is. Also, we would like to put together, and we're going to work closely with the department to put together a white paper to provide for this board and future boards sort of the history of how that decision came to be a decision that you have to make each year. And then that way we've got that for future boards and we can just better outline that process. Because there is some context to that makes that maybe a little bit of a different discussion than some of the other discretionary projects or programs that you're asked to fund. Oh, and then of course, as we mentioned in April, you not only directed that we redirect the 37.5 in the current year of your community funding, you asked that we freeze it in the future years. So you freed up that $75,000 in community funding for other uses.
Hey, Sue, and just a reminder too, that amount didn't used to be 75,000. So, you know, when we do have the opportunity to bring it back, we can always, you know, revisit the amount and maybe go back to what it was. It's just, I think during ARPA or something, we got an extra shot in the arm and, you know, I think it used to be like 35 or something. Okay, Emma's shaking her head.
And it even before that, I mean, so this has been in different iterations over the years. I remember there was a time where it was like $2,500 per district at one point. So it's changed over time and certainly a matter of discussion and just discretion for the board.
Good point. Yeah.
Lori's fund.
That's right. Well, man, I saw money. Nobody's using it. District 4.
So really quickly, the changes in the personnel allocation at the bottom, it's a net decrease of 0.9 positions, actually. Each one of these has a little bit of different story, but I just want to draw your attention to the CAO increase of 5.5. That is offset by the decrease in planning and building of 6 positions. And that has to do with the move of the cemeteries and airports that our CAO mentioned earlier. The rest of them are just pretty standards. DA had a couple of positions that were no longer funded by grants. They're both vacant. Other just, you know, little adjustments as we go through. Okay, the fun part, challenges. So really the big one is the slowing discretionary revenue growth. We will a few slides later, we'll have the 5-year projection. We could talk about that a little bit more, but in my mind, that, and then of course, whatever is going to happen with inflation. I know we have the Fed's meeting tomorrow, so we'll see what they do. But obviously, when you have slowing revenue growth and you have increasing costs, that creates a problem. And so we do have, I think, a structural issue looking out into the future that we're going to need to address by continuing to restrain our use of the general fund, finding efficiencies, whatever it is that we can do to rein that in and bring those more in line. And we will be discussing that in the fall with you all. The state budget actually, sorry, I think I'm getting ahead. So because of that, so we've got our 3.5% property tax, as I mentioned, may come in a little bit higher than that, but we're still seeing definitely the downward trend in the growth, and then the 2% sales and use tax. You know, we think we're just going to squeak by coming in at HDL's projection for the current year. So while we like to rely on their projections, they're the professionals. I actually get a little bit nervous about that 2%. So we'll definitely look at that and continue to monitor that and talk about that in adopted. So we don't have in there about 10.7 million of board budget policies, as we discussed earlier, the IT, the disaster, and capital. And then we did defer $1.4 million in general fund requests from departments to adopted budget. Now, there wasn't a huge amount of supplemental requests to begin with. We only got about 2.1 million in requests, and we funded a little under 700,000. So, you know, that wasn't a huge ask to begin with, and pretty much what we deferred, departments were able to live with for now. Okay, so this is our 5-year projection. I think we've all are familiar with this. We try to put a cautious, conservative, and a moderate projection out there for you. We usually land in the conservative zone, and I would say this conservative zone kind of reflects carrying the assumptions that we're making in the recommended budget out through those 5 years, because it's just a really odd time right now. This is a very strange economy. So if we want to say, okay, we're just going to assume status quo, and we think that that might be on the conservative side, because there are a lot of indicators that we're not going, I mean, we haven't even come close to a recession. We have not been in a recession. There are indications that we're not going into a recession, but at the same time, the inflationary pressures and what's going on in the real estate and the insurance markets are gonna, I think, continue to impact our property tax revenues. So we think the conservative is just to say, hey, things are just gonna stay as they are for a little bit. The cautious is, okay, the interest rates don't come down, homeowners insurance starts to get to be really a big problem. So we really start to see that affect our property taxes through, decreased home sales, decreased home values, things like that. And that kind of ripples out. So we see, we're going to see property tax declining to that base Prop 13 level of, inflation, not to exceed 2%, TOT declining, and sales and use tax. We're sticking with the 2% for 24-25, but going down to 0.5% after that. And that's what we are in the current year, was 0.5% growth. And then the moderate is things start to pick up a little bit. So 4.5% growth in property taxes, 2% growth in sales tax or transient occupancy tax. And then we follow the HDL projections for the next few years as they're laid out, which are significantly rosier than our own. So as you see at the bottom, each of those carries with it those projected potential. And I hate to use the word deficit in that year, because again, we would never have a deficit. Our budget will be balanced. But what those numbers at the bottom represent is that what we would have to close when we get those department requests and we look at our revenues. Okay, what's the work that we have to do to get that budget balanced? And as we discussed with you quite a bit this year, that was quite a bit of work. Our department budget requests came in here, not because they were requesting anything unreasonable at all, but because of inflationary pressures, because we had a lot of these costs, the healthcare costs, the workers' comp and general liability costs come in higher. Our jail medical came in higher. We had a lot of unexpectedly high costs. And we looked at our revenues, and we had to really come down and get creative and really work closely with departments to find some ways to get that budget into balance. And so departments really, really worked with us. They came through with, using some of their special revenue funds, holding positions vacant. They did everything and anything they could. And not all of those things that they did are sustainable beyond the current year. And so our pledge to them when we went through this process was that they, at any point, and especially with adopted budget, can come back and say, hey, that's not working for me. We need to find another solution, or I need some help here. And we would honor that and make that a priority. So we, one of the budget challenges we talked about were the large increases in the workers' comp and general liability. And I have looked at a couple of other agencies' budgets, and they were having the same issues with increases in insurance premiums across the board. And I think several of you have heard from fire agencies and other public agencies having these same issues. And we did this year use the retiree health fund. So we have a fund that is set aside to fund retiree health benefits for county employees that still receive those. There's quite a large fund balance built up there. And generally, to fund that program, we fund it on a pay-as-you-go basis. And each year, departments pay that year's costs of the retiree health costs. And so this year, what we did is rather than charging departments that cost, because that includes general fund departments that pay that cost, we are using some of the funds set aside in that fund to pay the premiums and to pay those costs rather than putting those in departments' budgets. So that provided us with some general fund savings. But again, that's not a structural solution. It got us a little bit of extra revenue this year or some savings, if you want to put it that way, this year. But going forward, that's not sustainable because there's not enough money set aside in that fund to pay out the whole rest of that retiree health obligation.
So I need to pull on the workers' compensation, 142.8% in 1 year. There has to be something more there. Is it because of claims? Is it history? Is it because the whole insurance industry has just decided it's time to take advantage of organizations that have to pay these premiums?
Yeah, well, I think it's all of the above. Everything costs more. So, I mean, when you look at,
142%?
well, and we didn't have a rate holiday last year.
It's in the budget book. It says
Which page?
$5.8 million.
Mhm.
It's on page 9 of the budget book. $5.8 million, 142.8%. So is that a typo or is that what it is?
Seems like a lot.
Yeah. Page 9, right at the top, first paragraph. The workers' compensation premium increased by 5.8 million, parentheses, 142.8%.
Well, I know the 5.8 million is correct.
Okay.
For sure.
So the percentage
The
might-
percentage,
might
I can
not be-
revisit that,
okay.
but it was quite a large increase. And I think, they're all tied together, right? So
Right.
we see the healthcare insurance cost increase. And so that's a large part of what we pay out in workers' compensation claims is medical costs and things like that. And other services, we're seeing a huge inflation in those if you pay attention at all to some of the contracts the soft cost contracts. We talk about how much our construction projects have increased over time. It's not just the construction itself, it's things like design and architecture and things like that. So services across the board have really increased. And part of what's been difficult with workers' compensation, particularly in the last few years, as we've been transitioning from self-insured to fully insured. So we're paying the premiums for the fully insured, and we're also paying tail claims from when we were self-insured. So I know, there's some challenges in projecting exactly what that's going to be. But I think a lot of this increase, some of it is, especially on the general liability side, we have seen some exposure, or I'm sorry, not our exposure, the experience side, where we've had some big claims and things that have issued, on top of all these other pressures.
That just says we need to increase our safety programs or something and workplace awareness, because that's the way you compete with workers' comp claims. I've seen that done in private industry, and I'm not sure we're pursuing those kind of, if it really is 142.8%, and we could expect this to continue, we have to do something to really understand what's our response, right? What can we do as a corrective action to keep that more manageable? And if every agency's seeing these same kind of numbers, then we ought to go to an insurance commissioner and say, what's going on here, right?
Yeah. So I know we've reached out, we work closely, our central fiscal unit serves the HR risk department. So we've reached out to better understand, in our office, how that all works. And so we'll be working more closely on that to try to get more of a handle. Is there any way we can get kind of a little bit more ahead of what the trends are and be able to better project this long-term rather than just going budget to budget? And we'll do the best we can, but looking back a few years and how volatile it's been, I think it will be a challenge, and especially looking at the market going forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to hammer capital again because we have a really outstanding need there. So $247 million estimate of what we need to deal with our buildings that have low condition ratings. And there's a more technical term for that Lord knows, but we've got a lot of issues with some of our buildings. The Spring Street facility alone is end of life, and we're looking at potentially 27 million there. And what we are projecting to end this year with in our capital designation is just 2.4 million. So you can see we're not getting close to that by just trying to meet our budget policy of saving $6 million a year. State budget. So
this, I know there's a lot out there about the state budget. What we're hearing right now from our departments is what's currently being discussed won't have a significant impact on us this year. These public health reductions, if they do come through for counties, that would really not necessarily affect the general fund and probably have minimal impacts on services. And then the probation is saying the same thing about the proposed reductions there. So nothing too dire from the state at this point with regard to the services we're currently providing.
For general fund.
For general, well, yeah, for general fund, but really, I mean, services overall. I mean, I don't know all the details on the homelessness proposal that the governor has and how that shakes out. So we'll have to see how
Behavioral
that
health
goes.
funding and all that.
But
That's-
yeah, maybe
it's going to be a
behavioral health
fluid
funding.
issue. Yeah.
It could affect employment at some point.
It could affect what?
Employment.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And
But
we need to be honest about that. It could. I'm not saying it will.
it probably, the good news is in HHSA, we generally have a vacancy
Right.
rate
Mhm.
issue. And
Yep.
so the hope is if those cuts did come through, we'd be able to absorb that with positions we haven't been able to fill.
And that's what I'm reading. So I'm hoping it's minimal, if
Mhm.
any, but I think people just need to be aware of it, that it's
Mhm.
not the county that's driving that. It's the impacts of what the changes are at the state. So
Right.
beware.
So next steps. So we'll hear your feedback and recommendations today. Hopefully we get the budget approved today with any potential revisions. The personnel allocation resolution, we will come back with no later than June 30th, as it said in the recommended actions. The books close in September, and then we will know the actual fund balance. We will also actually know July 1st what our final property tax number might be. So we will get all that back to you for adopted budget in September. And that will, what's the date on September? The 17th. It's right in front of me. So September 17th, and by law, we are required to adopt by October 2nd. So that's all we have.
Well, thank you so much, Sue. It was a very clear presentation and a beautiful presentation as well. So thank you very much for that. It's over $1 billion budget is very complex, and we appreciate you making it very user-friendly and digestible, not only for the board, but also for our constituents. So thank you for that. And what I'm hearing is that, this is pretty much a status quo budget this year, and that the overarching theme is that the goal of this budget is to conserve general fund costs wherever possible without impacting services. And so the board can prioritize, competitive compensation for our workforce. Because we recognize that we need to take care of our employees. So we can retain a competent and dedicated staff who can take care of our citizens of El Dorado County. Because at the end of our day, our business is service. And so I appreciate all of our staff and our departments tightening their belts to make that possible. And so there will be a lot of work ahead in the next couple of months as we move into the adopted budget. But just want to make that very clear. Also, we realize that a lot of the belt tightening that went on this year is not sustainable. And that we're realistic about that. But we really appreciate everyone doing what they needed to do, kind of stopgap measures to help meet as many of our policies as possible, while hopefully helping us contribute to meet our compensation goals. So with that opening comments, does the board have any comments and questions at this point before we open
I got a
public comment?
question. Sue, what happens when we don't get that 24 million in state and federal funding for homeless programs? Is that going to impact our general fund, especially if we have to pull money out of our general fund? It's going to impact our budget a lot, isn't it? Correct?
The 24 million that's in the budget right now isn't part of the funding that was on the chopping block that's in the state budget. The state budget was getting rid of future funding and clawing back some money that hadn't been granted to counties yet. So the 24 million, we don't anticipate being cut. It's pretty secure funding that's in the
Pretty
budget.
secure, especially when $24 billion that they are not even accountable for right now, the state. When the audit that was just done, and I think Newsom just threw $190 million into the homeless program. He keeps throwing money at it, and none of these problems have been solved. So there's some questions, that's all.
What's in the budget right now isn't any of the funding that is
So
proposed to be cut.
but it could impact us maybe possibly next year, correct?
Without the HAP 6 funding, it could have some impacts for sustainability of some of the programs, but I have a faith our HHSA team will find funding and grants to help
Okay.
support those
I'm
programs.
just worried about, especially if they require the county to be able to fund a lot of this stuff. So that's my concern.
All right, Supervisor Heidel.
Yes, I know our auditor controller is going to speak to this, but and maybe I won't go into details because I'm sure Gil will explain it, but we're concerned with basically the retirees funding and what's going on there. So I'm going to let him speak to it. He's probably closer to it than I am if I've got the category right. But it does cause me concern when we're told that it's no longer a structurally balanced budget. It is a legal budget. And I've always supported structurally balanced budgets. So I'd like to really draw the distinction of what is the difference.
So I would say it's not real different than the budgets we've had in the past. I think the challenges and the point we're trying to drive home is that, as we've said, we're seeing revenues, discretionary revenues start to slow, and we are not seeing a slowing in the costs. There are, I think we still have areas where we could reduce and, live within our means, and we are living within our means currently. So and we've consistently provided to 5-year projections that show deficits in the out years. I mean, we generally are projecting worst case scenario. And I think to say that, I think any agency has, if you look out into the future, I would have trouble naming any agency where I could say, oh yeah, you've got a completely structurally balanced budget into the future. You're good to go. I think everybody's got these challenges going forward. Where I think our biggest challenges are, our biggest weaknesses are, like I said, with that capital program. I think if we just looked at the services we needed to provide, the core services we need to provide, we have the revenues to do it more than likely. But when we start looking at things like the capital needs that we have that are pent up and how we're going to fund those and some of the other issues that we have, I think it gets harder to say, because right now I don't have a good plan for how we can, find that $247 million within the next 2-3 years to be able to, fix all our buildings.
Short of new revenues, you're absolutely right.
Right.
Which is where the focus has to be in the future, in my opinion. I did have a couple of comments on the budget book I'd just like to share. Going back, looking at the total county allocations, this year it says 23-24, we got the 243, which I'll just mention is just a little shy of the peak. It was 2007, 2008. So we're almost going back 20 years when we had the same level of employees to provide the services. And we all know the demand for services increased with the increase in population. So I think it's very important to point out how well we're doing in trying to manage the limited resources we have. So that was the first comment. The other one, a couple other ones. On page 12, we have the population of the county as presented by the State of California Department of Finance. And to my surprise, this indicates, this set of data, and it's one set of data, that we reached our peak population in 2021 and have declined progressively in the last 2 years, although the biggest decrease was between 21 and 22 with a minor increase in 23. And I'm wondering if we have that data broken out by districts, because we have essentially established a growth rate for El Dorado County, which is housing, its population and stuff that's been reduced several times, but it's at a positive number, not a negative number. So I'm trying to understand where this trend is. Is there certain areas? Because I know District 2 and District 1 are still building houses and getting increased population, which tells me it's got to be the other districts that are diminishing if these numbers are accurate. So where does that lead us? Should we forecast a negative growth and take that to DOT?
Well, I don't know all the things that go into their assumptions when they look at their growth. These are numbers looking back, and they're, like you said, they're from one data source. We don't have it obviously broken down here by area. I imagine though, I mean, this is census data. So I imagine if you go in and you talk to GIS and you look at the census tract data, you could see where this is happening. But we were just as surprised to you as you to kind of see this trend. And I can only imagine, like we said, those things we were talking about, interest rates for homes and
Fire insurance, a lot of
inflation and
it,
fire
right?
insurance. I mean, it's not going to help turn this trend around.
But
I would
if that is a
imagine-
realistic trend that we're
Yeah.
decreasing slightly, we just need to try to understand where what that takes us to.
I would imagine planning and building and DOT though, I mean, they've got all the, they know the entitlements and the developments that are coming. So I think they're factoring those in. These obviously, like I said, they're a look back and it's population, not housing units. And so it might just mean we have fewer families and more retirees. We do build a lot of age restricted housing in our county. So it could mean a number of things. I mean, it's just one data point.
I understand, but trying to understand what it really is telling.
Yeah.
If it is the number of families that are leaving California for whatever reason, leaving our area, I think that's important, because that's going to be reflected on school districts and a lot of other things, right?
Right.
And if we're acquiring just more seniors moving in, we know there's a huge migration from the Bay Area and other places into El Dorado County. So if we're replacing families with couples or singles or in the retired category, that totally changes the service needs. And so we have to stay on top of those. So it's just a trend that I was surprised by. I had not heard that until I read the budget. So thank you for including that information in there. Albeit it's one source, right? It's not universal, it's one source. The other thing I wanted to just comment on briefly is on page 16.
Yeah.
When I look particularly at the bottom table on the right that talks about the budget per resident, excluding cities, and El Dorado County operates with the lowest budget per resident of any of the adjacent counties. Nevada County is higher than we are. Amador County is quite a bit higher than we are. Butte County is almost double what we are. So we are operating with very minimal funds and really delivering services, I think, to a great extent beyond what some of these other counties probably are really doing. But it doesn't forecast well for where we're going forward.
Right.
And I personally believe a lot of that is because we have large unincorporated areas that are not gaining revenues from the state to help pay for road improvements, road maintenance, those kinds of things, because we're losing out compared to other counties, such as Placer, because of those factors. So, and I've had this discussion when Dawn was here, and I don't really understand why we are at this level, but recognize we are, and it's not changing. So that also forebodes something relative to what the county needs to do if we're going to stay in an area where we can continue to deliver a high level of service, as opposed to having to pull back progressively in those service deliveries. And I don't know anybody who wants that, but we need to consider new revenues.
I had the same question. That was a standout for me. And I met with our staff, and we have no add-on taxes in El Dorado County.
No self.
And everyone else does.
Yeah. No
And that was a real
TOT,
standout. Yeah.
At least on the West Slope, we have TOT add-ons.
Right.
In Tahoe.
Thank you for that. Yes.
But if we're going to be able to continue to deliver services, we've got to look seriously at where do we get the additional revenue streams? Because the ones that we have are drying up a little bit, right?
And to the extent we try to rely on those discretionary revenue streams to do something like fill the capital hole.
Absolutely.
Right.
I mean, that's a never ending hole right there. So I think it's a valid point. It gets to your question about, the structural integrity of the budget going forward. Like I said, we'll always balance the budget. It's just a matter of what do we have to do to get there. And we do provide a very high level of service in many areas. And we do it kind of on a shoestring, as you can see from this chart. So those are all good discussions for the future. We, as we said in April, and I kind of mentioned earlier, we will be coming back in the fall for a discussion with the board about long-term solutions. And as CAO mentioned in her memo. So we're starting that work within our office. We're putting together some program inventory information to go over with departments. I know we've done that in the past. We're trying to really simplify it, boil it down, make this not a ton of work for departments, but go through mandated programs, discretionary programs. What are our ideas for, either finding efficiencies, creating revenues, all of those options. And that discussion that we have in the fall, we would like direction for you to kind of go away and say, okay, these are the avenues we want you to pursue, and give us direction on what you want us to look further into. I'm sure we're not moving as fast as the auditor would like.
Property tax base, and we'll bring in sales tax base at
Right.
some level, right? So those are important aspects to consider. Thank
All
you.
right, excellent. Supervisor Parlin.
I just wanted to follow up on one of your comments, Supervisor Huddle, is when we were doing the data with DOT and the CIP and all the BAE and all that stuff, right? Yeah, all those letters. There was the one set of data that showed that, you know, our population could decrease.
Right.
And it actually did have a footnote on it. It specifically said, if we follow that trend, it said our housing unit numbers will probably go up.
Right. And then
Fewer people in each unit.
Yep.
Ah, right.
So,
I
I mean,
remember that
that,
discussion
it was
very
right
well.
on there, and we did kind of talk about that, and we were all scratching our heads, we just don't have a crystal ball.
Right.
Doggone
But
it.
trends, you can't ignore trends. I think when you have 2 years in succession, there's a decline. You have to understand what's going on. Is it families leaving? Because if that's the case, I'm disappointed, but I recognize they have a choice. So.
Very good. All right, before we open up public comment, I'd like to invite our auditor. Do you have any comments? You've graced us with your presence this afternoon. I figured you must have something to say. Good afternoon.
Actually, I wasn't planning on speaking, but Supervisor Hydall used my name in vain. This retiree's health comment, it would be like you have a household and one of the individuals in the household loses their job. And what we're doing is for an 18-month period, we're living off our HELOC, our line of credit on our home. It's going to have to be paid back. And plus, when the 18 months is over, we're going to have to find a way to size the county and the government, size the county government appropriately with the revenue we have in. So it's a pretty simple issue. It would be like if you lost your job and your mortgage company said you don't have to pay your mortgage payment for 18 months, but we're going to continue to accrue interest. So this is, I support the CAO's budget recommendation, but this isn't a healthy sign, having to not fund the retirees' health obligation. The one thing I realize, because I'm elderly, I constantly repeat myself, but I really believe we have a permanent shift in retail sales tax with the online sales. And I don't like to criticize people, but I'm not sure where there's going to be a 2% increase in sales and use tax this year. I believe we'll be lucky if it's flat, because the more and more, the bigger portion of the economic activity is online, and we're going to find we're going to be collecting less and less of it. What I would like you to do is put your CAO under a lot of stress, and
I think that's already done.
Tell her to come back, 12 months from now with a budget that isn't, that's structurally imbalanced, not just legally imbalanced. So
sounds like they're already getting to work on that.
And that will be a very difficult undertaking.
Yeah.
I'm actually hoping we can get there by the final numbers in the fall, but that's probably just a premonition and hope. But we'll see.
Well, I'm hoping we can get there then too. But I mean, back to the sales tax thing. I believe the way we spend TOT 5 years from now is going to be dramatically different than the way we're spending TOT now. We'll probably be giving a big chunk of it to the county sheriff to reimburse him or her 5 years from now for the costs he incurs providing services to people that visit our county. There's a permanent, the state is doing a lot of things that are going to drive up our costs. The federal government's doing a lot of things that are going to drive up our costs, and we're going to have a slow reduction in sales tax revenue, in my opinion, over the next 5 to 10 years unless something radical happens. So
Appreciate your perspective as always, and we share your concerns. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, at this point, let's open this. I mean, I've already opened the public hearing, but let's take public comments.
Now taking public comment on item number 49, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Does anyone in the boardroom like to speak? Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon. Terry Lamanchek, Arts and Culture, El Dorado. Just wanted to thank you for the staff direction that you provided back in April on funding for arts and culture. I know you haven't voted yet, but I always appreciate coming to these budget hearings. I always learn so much. It might surprise you to hear that even with our very small $350,000 a year budget, we're having the same conversations that you are. Where is the extra revenue going to come from? What are our most important services and programs that we provide? Where are the extra grants going to be found, or are we just chasing grant money to support things that we don't really do, kind of where the tail wags the dog. Thank you for your support. I also want to give a big shout out to Emma and her team. Emma, you were a pleasure to work with. And we always have a good time, even though it can be, challenging. So thank you again, and looking forward to that vote.
Thank you for your acknowledgement of our staff too. We are blessed with excellent, dedicated staff. Welcome back, Sue.
I am Sue Taylor, president of El Dorado Gold, a 501c3 nonprofit that gratefully was able to purchase the old post office from the county. Last year, 1848 spoke to your board as part of the public comment about the importance of 515 Main Street and 1848's programs. Another year has gone by without direct monetary contribution by the county towards our community facility success. We just completed a $1 million California Museum grant request, and therefore we can meet whatever funding criteria that is required for public funds. For the third year in a row, you have funded Art and Culture El Dorado $96,500, which is next door to us at 515 Main Street. We formally request a similar amount of $96,500 and would also sign a multiple year agreement. Since 2000, we have shown our efforts being adopted by the community. Currently, with wonderful community volunteers, we opened the Marilyn Ferguson Research Center and Library. And we are preparing to open the George Wilden Gem and Mineral exhibit and the Old Post Office Museum. The exhibit is in the vault and it'll be displaying fluorescent gems, and it's really going to be fun. Also, Supervisor Turnbow donated, I want to say Studebaker buggy, but I'm not sure we've validated that.
Yeah, it's a doctor's buggy, came out of from the old doctor that's been passed to the family and around Georgetown.
So that's also planned to be displayed up high. We're not going to take floor space. It seems logical that 1848 be favorably treated in the 2024-25 budget. And actually with capital improvements, our goal beyond improving the building is to not only be self-supporting, but also to assist in restoration of other historical resource in our county. We just need that lift to get this building back to where it should be, and plus make it really beautiful. We are asking that you add into that agenda, the Chief Administrative Office will return to the board in September after the fiscal year 2023-24 financial records have closed with the recommended revisions, including the $96,500 for art and culture, El Dorado and 96,500 for the El Dorado Gold 1848. And with those few seconds, I'm going to take that hat off and just throw in for advocate for the Hangtown Christmas Parade. I'm just a side stander on that, but they created a 501c3 and they're self-supporting. But I've heard rumors about the city wanting to charge these events. And since this is a huge county event, really, we support so many county agencies at that venue with 10,000 people coming. So we were asking maybe in your TOT that you help the city. The city needs funding
Thank
for
you
the
for your
police
comments,
to
Sue.
help support that event. So if
Thank
you just
you.
consider that. Thank you.
Thanks.
We're not asking, or that.
I recognize
got
that.
it? Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in the boardroom? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood, out here at Triple Junction, in the middle of nowhere. You mentioned the property value is going down due to the fire insurance. Well, there's a surprise, and this is significant, and the people are struggling. Just go on Facebook and look at the El Dorado County Insurance page. Double, triple, quadruple fees through the years. Makes me wonder where my fair plan bill is. They already jacked it $1,000 a year because I was 1,153 feet away from a fire hydrant versus the 1,000 feet. Almost pays to get a fire hydrant on our water main within a couple hundred feet. Anyway, this is a true hardship for people. And then we're taking two dings every time we pay our insurance and our mortgage or however it's done. And then every time that we get these increases, and then we lose the value on our property. For us retirees, that's significant. Speaking of retirees, item 2, I thought I heard something about retiree health benefits. As I understood it a couple of years ago when I inquired, that we can always expect a little bit less every year. And I'm just curious if that's the case this year in this budget. I see that my contributions from the county towards my health insurance have pretty much stayed even. I'm just wondering if this is how I should budget for this year if they are going down. I hope that question is clear because it is of great importance to me, and I'm sure a lot of other county retirees. So thank you very much, and good luck on this. I hope the state gets their act together sooner than later so we can I think I heard them say that the state budget, for whatever odd reason, isn't a big deal this year. A little bit of clarification on that might be useful. I'm sure that other people were wondering what that statement meant earlier. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, fund the wagon train. Why not? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. And we'll get some clarification at the end of public comment.
Now taking public comment on 525.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for another interesting budget presentation. My comments are based on my degree, which is public administration, and 40 years experience running my own nonprofits, being on PTA public budget oversights and the school content, and just a lot of time in the deep nerdiness of budgets. Appreciate the budget book. In my experience, having a table of contents up front so that I'm not having to go back to the alphabetical index, having a timeline so it's clear how this budget was developed, and adding in terms of your budget process, meetings with the public greater than the public hearings you're holding. Those are exemplaries I would urge you to consider. Additionally, I'm very gratified that you have a one-year actual from 22-23. Not all budget books have that, but I would urge you again to upgrade your current year adopted 23-24, which is a year-old number. You have a living budget. Perhaps that reflects revised, I'm not sure, but I do see budgets that clarify the revision and also have a column actuals to date. So you kind of know how your projections are going. And then the really noble goal is to have 3 years of prior actual, because that addresses the trend lines that your auditor is speaking to. And if you have good past trend lines, it helps both the public and you as decision makers looking to the future. In terms of specifics, I write down when staff comes and talks about what's going on as they deliver exemplary services, but at what cost in terms of overtime, family life, etc. I've heard concerns about inpatient children's facilities, adult inpatient mental health facilities, the children with mental health also. I have direct family experience with your psychiatric health facility, exemplary, but stretched when people start stabilizing, and the next level is in Sacramento, and they are not rigid about that if capacity's there, but capacity isn't always there. Also, your behavioral health department has spoken continuously of vacancies that substantially impact service levels and your existing staff. I
Thanks
would
for your
urge you to
comments.
ask for that number. I can't find it. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board. Excellent presentation again by staff. I'm president of the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County on this public comment. I was disturbed as being a historian of county government to the fact that we couldn't meet our budget policies this year. I think there should be emphasis placed on the fundamentals of county government being dependent on transit occupancy tax, and we're talking about the discretionary aspect of it, as well as your guidance comes from your budget policies. Staff has stated that this budget does not include a number of those policies on this budget. Thank you for having the auditor come up and explain the challenges that we have going forward. But certainly the Taxpayers Association is going to be and has been an overseer of how we're doing in terms of the general nature of El Dorado County and its finances. I am optimistic that El Dorado County is so diverse in its abilities that we will find, as we go forward, a way to work this out. Whether or not people are correct as to the future forecasts, let's just say, as the auditor talked about, sales tax. I'm saying that this is not El Dorado County alone. This is the 58 counties of the state of California that would find themselves in a similar situation. Therefore, those organizations of which you as board members belong on a statewide basis, I believe will come up with some of the answers and solutions. You have to feel somewhat how should I say it? Party to others and the decisions that will be made that are separate from today and in September. But at the same time, let's have a smile on our face and go forward with a positive vibe. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. With that, we always have a smile on our face in El Dorado County. Yes. All right. With that, I will close the public hearing. There were a couple of questions. Can we get a brief explanation on the level of retiree health benefits for this year and what that means for folks? That's a good question.
Sure. The action you're taking today would not affect the benefit to the retirees. I think what Mr. Greenwood's referring to is that the overall retiree health program, the expenses are capped at 1.2% of payroll. So unrelated to where we find the funding or which funding we use to fund that program, what the contribution is to the employee will be affected by us needing to stay under that cap. If that makes sense. I know it's a convoluted program. What we do is we provide a percentage of the published premium of one of the plans as a contribution toward the plan that the employee, the retiree selects. So it's everybody's out-of-pocket costs are a little bit different depending on their situation. But this action that you're taking today does not affect their benefits in any
We're
way.
not balancing our budget on their backs.
No.
And their
What-
benefits this year.
What it is and what the auditor is referring to is just like our CalPERS liability, this is a liability that extends into the future because it's a benefit that we've promised employees. So if we have $13 million sitting in that fund today, what we've been doing is we've just been sitting on that $13 million, and that gets recorded as an asset toward that long-term liability. So, we talk about unfunded pension liabilities. So it's kind of the same thing. So really that just is $13 million that if the county went bankrupt tomorrow, we'd have that $13 million set aside toward that future obligation. What we've chosen to do though is we pay each year as we go. So we typically don't dig into that 13 million. So that's what we're doing for the last 6 months of the current fiscal year. And then for next fiscal year is digging into that 13 million. So what it is it reduces the amount we have on the books that says, okay, we have our outstanding retiree health for the rest of every retiree's life that gets the benefit is X. And on the books, we have 13 million to put toward that. It just reduces the number we have to put toward that.
Okay, great.
What
Thank
is
you.
that number after the end of this budget cycle, the remainder of the 13 million?
I think it brings it down. Oh, gosh. I don't recall.
Okay.
I think we're still up over 10 million.
I think we're
believe.
using just under three
I wanna
to
say, yeah.
smooth
Okay,
the
so
general
we're still
fund
around 10
costs.
million.
There's still a substantial
Yeah.
residual
There is.
Right.
in that account. Okay.
And again, like we don't, just like when jurisdictions pre-fund their pension plans, you don't plan to do anything with that funding. You're just holding that in reserve and it's just offsetting that liability on your books. And
Okay.
I suppose one day you could get to a point where you're 100, you've got 100% of that outstanding liability in the bank. But you wouldn't really ever use it unless you, like I said, went bankrupt, went defunct.
We're not planning on doing that.
No,
But to the auditor's point, we don't want to use those one-time money or
Right.
savings. We don't want to rely on our
We're using
savings.
25% of it. We're
Right.
not burning it
It's
down to
not an
nothing,
ongoing
so-
source, I think is the point we're
It's
trying
not
to
a
make.
sustainable
Exactly.
fund.
Right, it is not.
Right. Okay, great. And the last question, very briefly, a comment was made on the state budget that clarify its impact on our budget this year, just very briefly.
Yeah, so I mean, we rely on departments to analyze that, and we do our own independent analysis. But based on the feedback that we're getting from departments is as things stand now, and we still have to see what the final budget deal is, we're not seeing major impacts to services in the current year.
That's good news. That's
Yeah.
good news. But recognizing, especially with Health and Human Services, they have a lot of pressures and new mandates coming down that will be a fluid issue. Yeah, that they're still trying to figure out. So with that, I closed the public hearing. I don't know if I did that. Once again, just want to commend all of you on this budget book. I know comments been made to that. The narrative in here was excellent. The charts and graphs and all of that. Just incredibly helpful, very, very user-friendly, and really appreciate that. From personally, I also agree. I remain very concerned, as we all do, about the designation for capital projects. Recognizing we have so many needs, and we are not, we're down to $2.2 million in our capital project designation. So I definitely support the idea as we look at the adopted budget of prioritizing that with any additional revenues. I think I'm a strong supporter of that. So with that, any final comments from the board, and what is the will of the board on this?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I think based on your action on item 41 today with regard to GSEC, I think we should add an action, a number 10 to your actions that you take today.
Okay.
We'll pull it up
Thank
on
you.
the screen.
Oh, great.
came
All right.
up with
So
some
we'll add
language.
that to
Yeah,
the
and it would
staff's
be-
recommendation.
Just to read it, direct staff to include in the adopted budget a 63,149 contribution of discretionary transient occupancy tax to the planning and building department for the Greater Sacramento Economic Council contract. And then we would offset that by lowering the discretionary transient occupancy tax allocation for future broadband and biomass projects.
And this
We
is an
have to
action the
balance
board already took this morning, approved. Okay.
I don't want to support that. So how do we vote on this?
Well, that was a 3-1 vote. You did
Yeah.
not support that. Why don't we take we'll take that separate.
Okay.
How about we do that?
Can we do that?
Yeah, we'll take items 1 through 9 in the staff's recommendation, then we'll take that additional one separately. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay, great, perfect. So what is the will of the board?
I'll move items 1 through 9 as presented by staff.
Okay,
I'll second.
excellent. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And then we'll take item number 10 that was just put up on the screen regarding the action the board took this morning regarding GSAC.
I'll move that item.
Okay, and I will second that.
Okay.
And any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
No.
Okay, motion carries 3-1 with Supervisor Parlin dissenting as she did this morning. All right. Well done. There's a lot of work ahead, and we'll look forward to seeing you in September for the adopted budget. Thank you so much.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Tremendous. Well, then we'll let folks clear the room, and we'll move on to our 2 p.m. allocation, which is our update on the NAV Center.
Where are they?
Yeah,
We're just a little
There
off
it is.
time, but they're here.
I know. We could have done it starting, it turns out.
I know. You just never know.
What's that?
We apologize that we're about 40 minutes after 2 p.m. So thank you. All right, so we'll have Kim read this item. Yeah, thanks, Timberly.
Item number 39 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, Community Service Division, recommending the board receive and file a presentation from the Community Services Division on the El Dorado County Temporary Navigation Center.
All right. So with that, welcome, Tiplin.
Hello, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Happy birthday, Supervisor Turnbull.
Thank
Maybe on the end of your day or getting close to it, I hope. Hello.
I think so. Pretty close.
Can I have you? Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. So as you guys know, our first emergency shelter, the Navigation Center, opened on February 7th, 2023. The main intent was to allow for no camping enforcement, encampment abatement, and then also to provide emergency shelter for our unhoused community. So today's presentation is going to summarize the first year. So it continues to be a team effort. We have a lot of partners that help provide services to persons in the NAV Center, as well as identify persons coming into the NAV Center. Within HHSA, we have really focused on integrating services across our divisions. We work with our self-sufficiency division, APS, senior information and assistance, and then of course with behavioral health. We also work closely with the El Dorado Opportunity Knox Continuum of Care, the COC, law enforcement partners, PDSO, Placerville PD, and South Lake Tahoe Police Department. Volunteers of America is the contracted provider that runs the shelter, the daily operations. Upper Room provides the meals to the shelter. They provide a hot meal for dinner, a sack lunch, and a continental breakfast. And then our community partners that bring services into the navigation center, or we meet with to coordinate care. Community Health Center, they are on site once a week with their mobile van. Marshall Hospital also has people on site once a week. We have partnered with managed care plans, Mountain Valley Healthcare and Anthem Blue Cross. They provide a variety of different services. The library and the community hubs have also been a strong partner. Housing El Dorado, and then also Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. And I'll talk about that in just a little bit later. So in the first year, we had 258 people, I should say 258 entrances into the navigation center. So some people have entered multiple times. We've had 176 unique persons that entered the navigation center. And again, I'm going to break that down a little bit further in coming slides. And the two pathways into the shelter, just as a reminder, law enforcement referrals or the continuum of care referrals. So for our law enforcement referrals, the clients are referred by the partners, EDSO, Placerville PD, or South Lake Tahoe PD. We've had a total of 238 referrals from law enforcement. And the average length of stay for someone that came in through that pathway has been 72 days. I'm going to give you just a few more statistics about that also. In the first year for abatement activities, meaning HHSA social workers, along with law enforcement partners, visited areas that had been identified as encampments. Some of the encampments were no longer active. There weren't persons actively living in them, but some were. And so there were 14 sites that were visited in that first year. The number might seem a little bit small, keeping in mind the Broadway encampment was the largest encampment and the first to be abated. And there were 46 individuals from Broadway that went into the navigation center. And then in total, we've had 23 encampments. So that's why that number is a little bit skewed. Why there was 14 in the first year, but total we've had 23. We've obviously had more since the first year. Continuum of care referrals, we have 6 bed reserved for the COC referrals. They are referred, clients are referred through the coordinated entry system. They're prioritized for entry based on their VI SPDAT score, so the most vulnerable are referred in. We've received a total of 20 from the COC, and the average length of stay for COC referrals has been 78 days. This is just a reminder again that 100% of the individuals were experiencing homelessness in El Dorado County prior to entering the navigation center. The partners that are referring must have obtained some type of verification that they were homeless within the county. So COC it's called a homeless certification, and then our law enforcement partners also complete that when they bring the persons to the shelter, and then they kind of describe where the person was so that we know they've been in the county. So we've had 63% of the guests have been male and 37 female, and that has been consistent throughout the year and continues to be consistent. So that's helpful for us in planning for the permanent navigation center. Right now, just to kind of throw it out there, the current navigation center has a wing of 20 male beds, a wing of 20 female beds, and then a congregate room of 20 beds. So that's how it's comprised. Did I skip one? Nope. Okay. Age range. So the numbers up here, I know the age groups are spaced out not necessarily equally, and that's just for visual to get everything on the slide, but also to call out what we call transitional age youth, which is the 18 to 24. So we've only had 7 of the 18 to 24-year-olds come into the shelter. I'm going to break it down in 10-year increments from here. So for the ages 25 to 34, we've had 20 entered. 35 to 44, we've had 42. 45 to 54, 39. 55 to 64, 47, which is the highest number, and then 65 and over, 21. So quite a few of the elderly population have entered. For the bed utilization throughout the year, you'll see in February, we opened February 7th. Broadway encampment was abated on February 27th. We had 27 enter, and then you'll see we jumped in March. So those that originally did not want to leave Broadway, there were some rumors that maybe it wasn't going to be abated, it wasn't going to be cleared. They chose not to enter. It was cleared February 27th. They decided to enter. So we jumped up to 45. We continued to kind of grow from there. You'll notice a slight dip in September. The average beds was 52. There was a COVID outbreak in September in the shelter. And when they reached that outbreak status, they stop accepting intakes until that is kind of under control. And so we've hovered right around 57 for the last couple of months at the end of that 1 year. Yeah. So,
Wow.
Yeah. So this is just some data on exits from the navigation center. The numbers in bold, or the ones that are in bold, are considered exited to permanent housing. So that would be rental by clients, staying or living with family on a permanent basis, or long-term care facility or nursing. And so in the first year, we had 18 total. I thought it would be good to point out how many we've had to date. To date, we've had 28. So in the first year, again, we had 46 people enter the navigation center at once. While VOA is experienced in operating a shelter, the staff that were hired were local staff. So there was a learning curve there. We had some learning curves just having the participants all in one place and cohabitating. We also had a ramp up of getting people document ready before we could start to move them. And then we began, there was a delay in issuing the EHVs, the emergency housing vouchers, which has been our most successful avenue for exiting people out because it provides that long-term rental subsidy. So once we issued those, we started seeing more people exit. That makes sense.
Dylan, about how long did that period of kind of transition as we were figuring that out take?
I'm going to say, I don't think we had a successful exit to permanent housing. I think it was about 5 months.
So it did
4
take
or
a
5
little
months.
while.
It took a little while.
Which would skew, I mean, that would, yeah, that makes
Mhm.
sense. That's really helpful to understand. Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
welcome.
So I do have a couple questions on
Sure.
this particular page that I think
Okay.
are important to discuss. The first one,
Yes.
exiting to places not meant for habitation, 73%.
Yep.
So we're just recycling 3/4 of the people that go into the navigation center back out into the dirt. Is that the way I should read that?
It is.
Not for habitation? I'm not sure how that's interpreted.
No, it is. You're correct. I am going to talk about that in a slide that comes up. There's another slide that talks about re-entry. And at the time, people that had re-entered have since successfully exited. But in this first year, this is the statistics just for the first year.
Right.
So that's why I'm kind of adding some of the more recent data, because I feel like we're getting our groove. We're determining what's working, what's not working. And we are seeing more success than we saw in the first year in just the few months since then.
Okay.
So, but the exiting, the bold numbers amount to 9% of the total, right? Because you got 7 + 1 + 1.
Yeah.
So exiting into more firms, housing, 9%.
Yep.
I don't know if that's consistent with other navigation centers or shelters, but I'm a little disappointed it's that low. But maybe that's just my expectation was too high in terms of being able to do wraparound services and find housing and convincing people that that's a better life. But maybe, can you share any reasons why that number is so low?
I can share again with the startup, understanding what works for people is one thing that we've taken some time to understand. availability of rental units. Another thing too, connecting to services that can help provide long-term subsidies. So disability benefits, things like that. So wait lists for low-income apartments, those types of things all take a lot longer than you might anticipate that it would take. Getting someone also to determine that they're ready to engage in treatment. Because I think here we only had, so we had only seven went to substance abuse treatment facility, but you'll see where I can talk a little bit later, a few more have gone. So it's that continuously touching them, trying to engage them and offer services, and also determine what services are going to work for each individual person.
So earlier I referenced with the Behavioral Health Commission, the fact that, it doesn't seem like we're getting the right level of referrals for mental health issues, because that's where I think you start changing the tide. If you're truly able to provide those services, get people counseling, get them on medication, get them into a program, rehab, then I think you start changing lives. And so I realize it's been a relatively short period of time, but I'm hoping that's what we're focusing on, because it seems to be that's the main avenue that we haven't really brought in at any significant level yet. And I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, where are the opportunities, right?
Yeah, and I can speak to that too, because we are absolutely planning for that. So the board, you guys approved additional positions for us back in April. Of the positions that you approved, 3 of them are dedicated to serving persons in the navigation center and the overall homeless community. So we have identified 2 mental health workers and a clinician that will be specifically dedicated to this population. And then we're partnering with behavioral health to administer the Behavioral Health Bridge House program, and also utilizing, partnering with some of the MHSA plans as well. So that's absolutely on our radar and a top priority for us.
The last thing on this, we talk about employment as a major factor later on in the presentation. Do we know how many of the exits from the Navigation Center were related to employment and not just housing?
That's a good question. I don't have that number, but I will get that
Because
number.
I think that's another thing to recognize. Is there an opportunity there that we haven't quite achieved yet in terms of providing skill sets so people it makes it easier for the homeless population to get employment? I know there's a lot of effort going on in that regard, but is there still more to do?
Yes, there's still more to do.
Always, right?
Well,
Always.
yeah, but I think that's a good question. That can be a
Yeah.
turning point, because if you have a job and you got a place to live, now you got purpose.
Yeah,
right?
that's a good idea.
Community is the other part, and I'll talk about that later.
Good.
Yeah.
All right.
I got something to add to that. And you're talking about mental health services, because I remember we were talking about it before, because I was kind of concerned about, we had about a $15 million budget overfill on the last time on mental health, but that money was not used for the navigation center. So the biggest concern I have, and you guys were only telling me there was only 2 hours of service per week. Is it increased?
1 day per week is what
It's 1 day, and how many hours? Is that 8 hours?
8 hours, yeah.
And that's per person, or is that individual people?
It's one behavioral health employee at the navigation center, 8 hours a day.
Okay.
1 day a week.
Okay. Another concern is how many we have? 258 people, correct? And we allocated 24 million in the state and federal funding for homeless programs. Isn't that breaking down probably about $620,000 per person per year? I mean, with all the services?
But that money is allocated to other projects too, not just the navigation center. So.
Well, that's what I mean.
Okay.
But all the other services attending to the homeless, so actually it's costing about $620,000 per year per person. If I break it down right, is that correct or not correct?
For persons in the NAV center or in general?
Well, you're talking about 258 people.
Yes.
And you're talking about that 258 people came, that's who we have.
258 entrances,
that
yes.
that are homeless in our county, correct or not correct?
That's not
Or
the
is that
total
just-
number of homeless
okay,
in the
so
county.
that's just basically the navigation center.
Yes, that's only the navigation center.
Okay, so
correct.
how much is the breakdown on that? Do you have any idea how much it's?
I don't, but I could get it for you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay, all right.
Okay. The next slide. So this is where I was talking about the clients can be referred more than once. And so we've had 116 people in once, persons with 2 visits, 43, clients with 3 visits, 12, and clients with 4 or more visits, 5. Now, I want to kind of highlight, so of the clients with 2 visits, since this is after the 1 year, we've had 8 of them have exited to permanent housing and 2 of them have exited to SUDS. So it just took that second time for them to come in and they've exited successfully. Clients with 3 visits, we've had 2 exited to permanent housing. And then the clients with 4 or more visits, we've had 1 exit to permanent housing with ongoing subsidy.
Oh, okay.
And here are exiting reasons. Again, it just kind of speaks to, we have 41% that have exited due to behavior violations. The behavior violations can be non-compliance with program rules, fighting, being caught bringing drugs inside the facility, threats, things like that. They're not following the rules of the navigation center. So after they're counseled, they work with their case manager. If they can't get on board, they are exited so that somebody else that does want to receive services is able to enter. 36% exited to excessive nights out. Persons are allowed up to 5 nights out. And then if after 5 nights, they're exited again so that somebody else can have that bed available for them. 16% exited for client choice. 20 persons who chose to leave exited to permanent housing, hospital settings, or hotels. And then 6% were transferred to another program, and that could be SUDS. It could be a medical facility, either physical or mental health, or it could also be exiting to jail. I will note also that if they do exit for any of the top 3 reasons and the third bullet, if it's not to permanent housing, HOT and our social workers continue to engage with the person to try and get them to link to services so that they're not out in the community. Okay, so what has been working? So case management has worked, getting people document ready, housing and employment plans, housing navigation, and then trauma-informed care, meeting clients where they're at to help them develop that plan for employment or housing. Life skills development. So this is something that it definitely took a while to get off the ground and to get going. There's been few classes here and there, but now that the VOA staff are fully trained and on board, Haley, who is the director, she's amazing, sent out a survey to all of the participants at the Navigation Center, giving them a list of life skills classes that they would be interested in attending, and then has developed criteria based on the interest and ranked them by priority. So the first priority for guests inside the Navigation Center was anger management. That received the most votes. The second was addiction. The third was health, including smoking cessation. And then living sober, relapse recovery, professional skills, and then offering ready to rent curriculum. And then the other thing that they are doing that they're finding is working is offering incentives. So small little gift cards, toiletry bags, in order for them to attend and stay engaged in the classes. So crisis strategies, also helping people find comfort, safety, security in a sheltered environment, learning how to live in a sheltered environment. They have monthly staff trainings on crisis strategies, because I think you guys may all remember that was a big hurdle at the beginning, was just de-escalation. We did have probation offered and came to HHSA and provided a de-escalation training for the Navigation Center staff and for our housing and homelessness staff. That was really helpful. And then just practicing trauma-informed care. The other thing that's helping behavioral health intervention. So again, we kind of talked about behavioral health being there 1 day per week. We also have the community health clinic, a community health clinic that can provide referrals to the Medi-Cal, to the MC, Medi-Cal. Thank you. Sorry, managed care plans to get clients enrolled and in behavioral health services also. And then PERT has also been very helpful. They've been available because the PERT staff have a relationship with some of the navigation center staff. So if nobody else is relating to them, PERT can come in and help, and they do. The difficulty that they face is getting clients to trust the process and attend their appointments. That's the challenge. And then just to kind of
Can you tell us just a little bit about the anger management? Because that seems to really resonate with where the feelings are of a lot of people. They feel like they've been victimized, so how would we approach the anger management? Is VOA going to bring in trainers to basically teach the skills of how you manage?
The case managers, they have the whole curriculum. This is what's taken the time, is getting the whole curriculum together and getting them trained to provide the training to the navigator.
Train the trainer time.
Yes.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yep.
That's a skill set that's not universal.
That's true.
So some services and supports that are at the navigation center, weekly visits by AA. NA has just started. Haley had a hard time getting connection to someone that would be able to come into the NAV center to provide NA services. That has begun. I spoke a little bit earlier about Marshall Hospital. Upper Room also offers clothing donations in addition to the food. One program that we have that's in our self-sufficiency division is Housing Disability Advocacy Program. That's a program that focuses on getting disabled persons connected with disability-based income. So we have a contract with a Social Security advocate that helps walk the persons through the Social Security disability application process. It's also kind of a fast track. It's not fast, but it's somewhat fast. That has also been successful in getting people, again, that sustainable income that aren't employable. The community health mobile medical van is there. The food bank provides food for individuals. And also, like, one time I remember they donated a flat of tomatoes. And so Haley made bruschetta. And so they all got to, they helped, you know, some of the navigation center clients helped and they made bruschetta. So everyone got to teach them life skills, cooking, you know. The community hub has helped people receive phones. I'll speak a little bit more to this in some of our success stories, but also supportive services for veterans families and just veteran support services in general. And then our senior services has presented their service and is now connected also with Haley at the Navigation Center, so that when we do identify someone that is a senior, they can connect with them to make sure they're providing all the senior services that they can be connected to. Castle for Hope provides furnishing donations once clients exit. So when they find a home, they need furniture. And then Elijah House, which has also been a great partner. There have been quite a few people that have connected with the Elijah House for employment. They also offer resume workshops and fast track for trade jobs. Wow. The other things that are working, landlord engagement. So our social workers and the case managers work with landlords to kind of vet to make sure it's going to be a situation where the person will be successful. Emergency housing vouchers, although we no longer have emergency housing vouchers as an option. They've all been issued to, we had 70, they've all been issued. And then income generating services, which is the HDAP that I spoke to, general assistance, just to help meet those daily needs. And then also closer collaboration with other housing programs and CalAIM services. So some of the things that weren't working that we tried and didn't really work. I think the first thing that I'll talk about is kind of the data tracking. We've had some lessons learned in tracking how referrals, how we track the referrals. So initially we weren't tracking which law enforcement partner they were coming from. Sometimes the law enforcement partners will work together to clear an encampment. So Broadway is a perfect example. We had PPD and EDSO both working to help get people over to the navigation center. So we weren't delineating between the referring agency. We're doing that now. We've gone back and cleaned it up, but it was something that was like, oh, we definitely need to know this. This is important data. The client intake process, so when we originally started, we had scheduled times. The referring partner has to bring the person there. When a person is brought to the navigation center, all of their belongings are cleaned before they're brought into the center to make sure that they're not bringing anything that shouldn't come in. All of their laundry is done. So they're given a clean outfit. They're taken into shower, they're given a clean outfit, and then they meet with their case manager. While they're doing their intake meet with their case manager, other staff are doing their laundry and cleaning because they have the 2 bins that they can have stuff in. So the other support staff are going through and cleaning and disinfecting everything and transferring it into those bins. So it takes quite a bit of time. So they had strayed away from time certain drop-offs, and that kind of caused a little bit of chaos. And sometimes somebody would come, be ready to be dropped off, but they didn't necessarily have the appropriate amount of staff available to help with that intake. So we've gone back to structured intake times. Another thing too, that this also caused some not severe, but it caused some struggles is clients now must show that they can perform their ADLs prior to being entered into the navigation center. I knew you were going to ask me that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Activities of
Okay,
daily living.
there you go.
So because the navigation staff can't support clients with their medical issues or limitations, and we did have some people that certainly needed to be in a higher level medical care facility. So, and that's very time consuming for case managers when they're helping someone. The other thing, transportation. So a lot of the transportation was being done by the case managers. So they're driving them to their medical appointments, to housing appointments and things like that. Again, that takes case managers time away from case managing the rest of the clients. So they've now worked out a system with bus passes, and then some of our social workers are also helping with additional transportation so that case managers can spend more time working on case plans. And then emergency calls, we all know that. One of the things that we've really made a priority is in the early months, I'm going to read it. In the early months, clients were asking to call 911 or calling for themselves for all medical concerns. And maybe they weren't necessarily an emergency, but VOA staff were hesitant to deny someone a request to call 911 because they're not medical providers and don't know what's truly happening with the person. So we've collaborated with the healthcare, Mountain Valley Regional and Anthem Blue Cross they came into the navigation center to train the navigation center staff to kind of how to approach the subject, also provided their non-emergency medical numbers, the advice nurse, so staff are really trying to encourage guests to call the advice nurse or wait and schedule an appointment to try and reduce those calls for service. At the end of the day, if someone says, no, I want to call 911, they can't tell them no, but that is a concentrated area for us to try and help educate and try and reduce those calls. And then the other thing too is also offering transportation in lieu of emergency medical transport, because we were seeing that. I'm not going to say that we're not seeing it still, but it's definitely an area that we're really focusing on, trying to not put that strain on our emergency resources. And our goals, these are the same goals that we went over last year, but they remain the same. Document readiness, benefit assistance, and And then service referrals so that we can get them stabilized. And then, of course, employment and rehousing stabilization. Those remain our goals. So we do have some success stories. And two of them, I'm going to lump them together. One was someone that had been homeless for 10 years, worked with the VOA case manager to get him into the VA grant and per diem program down at Mather. He's entered into the veteran transitional housing with wraparound services and case management. He attended SEDS. He's now sober and working with Nation's Finest Case Management to apply for HUD-VASH housing voucher to find permanent housing.
Awesome.
I know, that's awesome. Another county veteran was connected with our county veteran service officer, because that's another relationship that we've built is working with just the county office is right there. And this person obtained documents and was eligible to veterans benefits, obtained the benefits. He was one of the first clients to enter the navigation center and has a VASH voucher, is permanently housed in South Lake Tahoe, and has also completed subs recovery and is actively seeking employment.
Wonderful.
Another one that we had been homeless for 5 years, was one of the first persons to enter the navigation center. After stabilizing at the navigation center, engaged with Elijah House to begin working through Elijah House. And they provide the transitional employment. So after that, they obtained employment at a local gas station, and they are now housed without a voucher or without aid. They are housed based on their employment.
Wow.
So that's
Wonderful.
wonderful. Yes,
Wonderful.
right. And they're also, they are going to be, the COC is forming a lived experience advisory board, and they're going to be a participant in the lived experience advisory board.
That's fantastic.
Yes. And then the last one is just someone that was connected with HDAP and was able to go through the application process for Social Security disability benefits. They did also receive a housing voucher. And this person is disabled and needs that ongoing supportive housing. So they were able to seek housing through Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless's Home Key program. So they're now living in the supportive housing and have that ongoing support that they'll need to be successful where they're housed. And the last one, it is the last one. So coming soon, we know the Permanent Navigation Center, the board gave us direction on May 21st. So we're working with our partners to explore that. New housing programs, we are working with, through the COC, we collaborate with Housing El Dorado, and any partners, I know, let me back up. We also, earlier this year, I think end of last year, we issued the project-based vouchers for affordable housing. There's quite a few projects you guys know that are kind of that are coming. So we do have project-based vouchers that will support those. We also have a focus on low-income housing, again, several projects. And then increased division integration is actually under expanded services, and that's where we're working with behavioral health. We've partnered with the Behavioral Health Bridge House program. We are looking at the MHSA plan to see how we can integrate that. And then we have those 3 positions that we're recruiting for, the 2 mental health workers and the clinician that will be specific to serving the homeless population. And that includes the population at the Navigation Center. And then I think the only other thing that I would add would be, our collaboration with planning and building. That's the other thing that we're working. We are meeting with planning and building monthly to explore options for, again, the new housing programs that can help to provide housing.
Excellent. Well, Dimlin, thank you so much for being with us today. I know we've been, eager to hear an update on, the ins and outs of how this is working. And, I have to applaud you. Addressing homelessness in any community is a complex and messy business. And I don't think any of us have any hopes it'll be anything but that it's a continuing fluid process. And I continue to be impressed with the transparency which, your department is bringing to this issue. Appreciate your frankness and your honesty, because it helps us make better decisions at the end of the day when we understand what's working, what's not, what you're having to wrestle with. And, we thank you for that. That's real leadership, to be willing to kind of open the kimono and say, we've struggled here and this isn't working. But it ultimately, it helps us all work for the greater good. So I really applaud that. And also, you've been a tremendous, when we made the shift, you and Supervisor Parlin now on the COC board, that has been really helpful to have you, Timolin, on that, engage with the COC. And really appreciate all of our COC partners. I'm noticing over the last 2 years, just tremendous increase in collaboration and trust, which has been so critical for us to continue to address this. So just want to thank you for all of that. And so comments from board members?
I have a kind of an overriding question. We do point in time counts and we get statistics. Do we have any way to determine how many of those point in time count personnel have actually gone through the navigation center? Is it 5%, 10%, 20%? Because I'm trying to determine the validity of our point in time counts. Are we really getting 90% of the homeless? Are we only getting 50 or 60%, as evidenced by the amount of clients going through the navigation center? Is there any way to compare those?
That's a good question. And we do, part of the point in time count includes a shelter bed count. So we would know how many are there. But as far as how many, I would have to do some research on that to see if there's any way, because part of it is we don't capture names when we're doing the point in time count. So how would we be able to identify that this was someone that has successfully exited eligibility of the point in time count? I would have to look into that, but I will.
I appreciate it, because if there's a correlation there that we can understand, then as we go forward, we can hopefully get a better feel for how many people are we really affecting in the navigation center as a percentage, because I got to believe, obviously, the needs are much greater than anything we can provide, but at least to understand the relative, because I think we're going to have some growth in homelessness, okay? And I think that's driven by a number of different things. Seniors that are no longer can afford their rent space or whatever. We know there's the foster kids aging out situation, but I think there's also some middle ground people that are just, all they have to do is get 2 people working, one gets laid off from their job, and they're homeless. So the economy is driving some of this. So I don't have great hopes at all it's going to turn around quickly. I anticipate we're going to see growing numbers, but nobody knows, right?
Well, no, but when you said that, it reminded me that's the other thing I was looking for on my notes that I couldn't find. The COC has formed a prevention and diversion program that, because that is an area that we're lacking in support in our county. So, I mean, it's not going to solve the problem if this comes to fruition, but it definitely is at least another service. Also part of where the homeless funding is going is we need to prevent it from occurring in the first place. So.
Totally agree. And I do agree with you. One of the questions I have is are these homeless people that we have, are they local? Are we getting other people from other areas coming to the navigation center? Is it basically
only El Dorado County locals?
Ours only.
Ours only.
Local people only.
Yep.
Okay.
100%,
Yeah, that's why I'm just a little bit concerned.
I know that's
all.
important to all of
make
us.
sure. Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that should need the service.
Right.
Especially our locals.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions?
Oh, right. Well, just,
Right.
To your point, Supervisor Howard, you said it when your very, very first comment was convincing folks to use the services that the system that we've built.
Right.
And recognizing, and we said this from day one, was it starts with building the trust. They need to trust. And that takes the 97. I will never forget that number.
Yes.
I mean, I say it everywhere I go, 97 touches, so that it's just intense what we have to do to build that trust, but it is starting to show results. And, I'm hoping that others that are out there that are still hesitant see the results, and that will help build the trust as a system. So, and honestly, just, I haven't been attending the EDOK much this year because I have a competing meeting to do. So I'm going to ask them to change their meeting next, not COC, but my other committee, I'm asking them to change. They couldn't change it this year. So I did try once. So I haven't been as present as I wanted to, but I did notice the last few meetings that I did attend, the collaboration was really starting to gel. And Haley had been there, so I got to talk to her a couple times. And I just really enjoyed talking with staff and hearing from them. So I know it's a lot, but I do feel like the little baby steps we're starting to see, and we're still making the progress. And I love Olivia's updates. That we get, and the reminder of why we started this. Because sometimes I just get off in the weeds and I'm like, what are we doing? And it's like, because, we can't have folks out there starting fires in our county. It's just too dry out there. So, and if we don't have beds, then we can't abate. So we need those constant reminders. Why are we doing this? Because it's really important. So thank you, Timlin. Really appreciate
the
it.
costs are exceptionally high.
Yeah, that's
compared to what
right.
Most people think you should be able to dedicate to these kinds of programs, but that's the reality.
It really is. Yeah.
And
the
especially-
prevention. Is the prevention. I really like that. Because sometimes people do have that one-off thing that just throws them out of whack. And my recollection is that the program that we have with the prevention, it's like a one-time thing, and they have to have a plan. If I remember right, it's like they come in to get the funding, but they have to have a plan on how they're going to get back on track. And I think that it's good to do that with them and say, here's your money to get you back on track, but we want you to have a plan so that it doesn't happen again. I mean, another great support service. So
the COC talked about this last Friday. I did attend.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
it was impressive. It was an impressive program.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
So
really
hopefully
neat.
it'll bear fruit in
Very
the
needed.
community. Yeah.
And we have a few smaller programs in the county now. I know Tahoe Magic offers some prevention diversion services. Housing El Dorado offers some, but this will be a COC endorsed plan that will open it to other providers. So it'll reach more people that are in need of those services.
Great.
Community is the big thing also that I've seen in multiple places. If there is community for the homeless, and I think we're getting some of that with the project, Home Key, Project Home Key. Obviously, they're clustered, so you get a community aspect of it. I'm guessing the navigation center is pretty difficult to do that because you don't have separate quarters outside. You can go outside and meet and stuff. But I think the more we look at, is there a way to establish a community for the homeless to transition to, and then maybe into more permanent housing if that's appropriate? I think those are the kinds of things that we'll see returns on investment from the standpoint of the funding, if we can get to that. But it's always location, 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 because nobody wants it anywhere near them, right? So
hopefully we can add
tiny
some,
home communities, that type of thing. Yeah.
hopefully we can add some of those features into the new navigation centers that help increase and build relationships and community.
You can add some, certainly.
Yes, some features to help support that.
And that's
Yeah.
major, because that's the one thing that helps people get out of it is homelessness, as I understand it, is feeling like they belong to a bigger purpose. They have friends, they have camaraderie, they have activities they can do together, and that strengthens all. So
Yeah, we've met with several different communities that within the state of California. We met with the director Alan from the community in Texas yesterday to start picking their brains, what's worked, what hasn't worked, what, if we have limitations, what are the one or two top things that you would say are really important for helping to build that community feel? Because that's definitely what we're focused on.
That was impressive, wasn't it, John?
It was.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really great. And
Alan Grant, right?
yes, Supervisor Parlin, thank you for bringing up our original purpose of this. And I think it's meaningful that 46 people were living inside the city limits of Placerville at tremendous risk to the broader community.
Exactly.
There were many fires there in the heart of Placerville, in the heart of our county seat. And they exited into the navigation center and are, walking through, and we're walking through the process. So that's really meaningful. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
want to thank our HOT team because they've done a
Yes.
great job. In
Yes.
fact, they just broke up a homeless camp that was off of Oakdale Road.
Yep.
Way out in the, so.
we need to be able to
Good for
continue
them.
to do that. So
Especially when it comes to these horrific fires that we've
that's
had.
right. Yeah.
the last
Yeah,
few
they're
years.
doing a great job of going out and, yeah, and they're excellent partners. Yes.
One last question before we go to
Sure.
public comment. So with our fairly consistent shelter bed stats, as far as the utilization, does 60 beds seem like kind of the sweet spot for El Dorado County as far as capacity?
I think that we would better be able to answer that when the most recent PIT count comes out, which
Okay.
we have submitted our data to HUD. We don't, El Dorado County, we've chosen not to release our data until HUD approves it. That way, if HUD has any questions or discrepancy, we don't put wrong information out there. I think we would better be able to answer that when we saw what that number was.
I will stay tuned then.
But we're definitely like close to the capacity.
Yeah.
Consistently.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Timlin. Great
You're welcome.
presentation. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's take public comment on this, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 39. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone that would like to speak on this item in the boardroom? All right, not seeing any. Let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Lyle Bennett, Koshan, Pullet Pines. I apologize for not having a happy face. So this is just a perspective of someone who spent 40 years doing those 78 or more touches. So that's the first point. The data set indicates that you're not doing 78. That you need to figure out how do you increase that. The overall strategy that was clearly stated was that this is an abatement program. I talked to the homeless. They're very aware that it's an abatement program. They feel, the vast majority, that they're being harassed. And I'm sorry, but in my experience, and I'm reminding you, one point of ignition caused the Caldor fire. So you have a point in time count of about 500. So this is better than nothing, but it's not addressing. In fact, it's spreading the sparks, if you want to use that analogy, because folks don't leave when an encampment is abated. They disperse, they hide better, and that increases your risk, in my experience, sad to say. The navigation center itself is a great start, but a point of very importance is it be service rich. You have a bunch of people doing the very best they can, but that's not meeting the standard of service rich. As you look at your success rates, re-entry, all of that. I know there's a certain prejudice about Hangtown Haven, but I urge you to look at the data set, the book written by them. Their statistics are better. They had 35% had to leave for behavioral problems as compared to the 41%. They had 54% exit into unsuitable housing as compared to 73%. And their duration time was, sadly, from my perspective, about the same. I think it's critical to ask those that have exited, how long does it take for them to stabilize? What are the services that are needed to maintain that success rate? And I think it's important to focus on the rental housing market. There's like 4,000 people that cannot afford housing, and the minimum, the labor market here, and especially, you're breaking your data 65 plus. Hey, I feel for anybody that's over 55 and on the streets, but a good start. Just hope you do better. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, board. Ken Greenwood here. Interesting presentation. I'm glad it appears or seems to be successful in a certain parameters, I guess is the right word. I have noticed just driving through town that there's fewer people hanging out, certainly up by Broadway. But that area looks horrible. It looks like they came in with a ripping claw on a cat and made it very uneven and subject to erosion and lots of bare soil that comes down. I guess that's Upper Main Street there every so often during rainstorms. But anyway, there is a gathering over towards the center to be expected. And I'm glad that this is getting some results. I just have to think about, at the state level, we're looking at, we've spent all this money and how do we know what we've done? We've learned a few things today as to perhaps some additional questions to be answered during our point in time surveys and such. I would agree that if it appears to be a, I can't remember what you called it, but a compliance issue, or that simply means people just move to another location and spoil it. So there's a lot of issues here. The good news, I guess, is that the system seems to be working. Success stories are always wonderful. And I just hope from day to day that we're saving some lives here, if nothing else. If we can save someone from ODing on fentanyl or whatever the choice of drugs that are out there, or whatever is happening, I guess that's a good thing. Getting these people cleaned up and getting back to a normal lifestyle could certainly help. Anyway, I hope it's money well spent, and that the effects of it are being felt out there. Hangtown Haven, yes, it seemed to have been fairly successful. If we can open another center somewhere in the county, that might be an option. More money, but anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So with that, we will bring it back to board. Any final comments?
Nope.
No. All right.
Excellent work.
Yeah,
Just
thank
hopefully
you.
for another successful second year and having the data presented again and fine tuning everything again, right?
Continue to build on our
Right,
successes.
continuous
Yes.
improvement. I know you guys are focused there.
Our
So, yeah.
CAO would like to weigh in.
Just very briefly, because I don't want the board or the public to walk away thinking that the navigation center is costs $24 million a
Right.
year.
Yeah.
That's the total budget for our homelessness programs in HHSA. Those programs service the entire county, including the incorporated cities. The navigation center annual cost of operations is about $2.2 million of that. So those include our homeless prevention programs, including rental assistance and bridge housing, and our youth prevention homelessness programs. So a whole suite of programs.
Really appreciate that clarification. And I believe none of those are general fund dollars. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So important. None of those are general fund. So pass through the funds for that specific purpose. And we have excellent staff who's administrating.
No
All right.
net county costs.
That's right.
the
That's
way
right.
it is.
So,
There you
thank
go.
you all. Appreciate it. So with that, that comes to the end of our business meeting. We do have 2 closed sessions. Do board members, do we expect any report out from closed session?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Is the will of the board to go into closed session, then come back out for updates? And I know Supervisor Turnbull, you'd like to close in
Right.
honor of someone. So what is the
Yeah.
will of the board? We'll do that after
What
closed session or
respects your
before?
staff? Going into closed session now or a little bit later? Does it matter?
Well, I just think we do have a fair amount of closed session left in the day.
So if you're
We should
con,
just do, are you talking board member?
Yeah, let's just go into closed
report out?
session now and get that done.
Yeah, let's get
Okay.
it done.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 50 and 51 as specified on the agenda. And anyone who wishes to comment on those items may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so with that, we will recess to closed session. Thank you. Thanks for
mute yourself, yeah.
We're starting without you. We're like, we don't need you guys to do this.
All right, well, we are back from closed session. Did the board have any report outs?
No, Madam Chair, the board did complete closed session items 50 and 51, and there is no action to report out.
All right, thank you. And we are just reconvening because Supervisor Turnbull wanted to close our meeting and this with a special honor. So I'll turn it over to you, Supervisor Turnbull.
Thank you. I just want to close this meeting in honor of Maddie. She was a K-9 officer and served our county since 2016. Maddie recently died of cancer is what she did. But since the time located over $8 million in asset forfeiture and countless hundreds of thousands of kilos of narcotics, Maddie was very sweet and a gentle dog and will be missed by all. So thank you for letting me do that presentation and, you know, and close of her honor.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
We're grateful for her service.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow.
Thank you.
Bless her. All right.
Yes.
Well, thank you. With that, we are adjourned. Good night, El Dorado County.